Recording in progress.
Green light's on. Did they get the recording light to work ever?
Yeah, they did.
So they've got this working now?
Yeah, that works. Uh-huh.
No, you don't.
Just blank.
I think I need the microphone.
I think so.
You know, we don't have any double batteries, so when the batteries are dead, they're dead.
Oh, so you need one.
So we won't turn this on until you need it.
Yeah, just throw it up there for now. Well, have you seen them?
Alicia, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Eric?
He shows up there. I'm
Good.
Yeah.
Is the mayor back? Is the mayor here? Oh, he just left that list.
He's not coming today?
Nope.
He's skipping the budget meeting.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
a good sign. Just
if only I could.
right.
Okay. June 17th. If you could lead us in the pledge,
Okay. Gotcha.
that'd be great.
We end up having a meeting. Just the two of us.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Colin's gonna be here.
I saw Bill earlier.
Bill should probably be here. I know Dave won't be.
Colin's not coming?
I thought he told me he was gonna be out of town, if I remember right. I thought he, I may, maybe I'm thinking wrong, but I thought he said that. Well, if I read this right, I don't understand. Is that right? Our budget is, where'd it go?
Total up top?
Got down $23 million?
What? That's cheap. 23 million?
$23 million it's down from last year?
But
There's
We-
gotta be a lot of,
we have to amend last year's budget still, and it's gonna drop quite a bit because remember, we had all of the police and, fire and ambulance services.
oh yeah.
We need to pull some of that back out because we didn't end up doing
So
that.
the number's gonna be smaller?
Smaller,
Okay.
yes, it's gonna come down. But I haven't went through the final amendment process. But yeah, it's gonna come down.
I mean, substantially down?
Well, I mean, if you think of that,
$10 million down?
maybe, because you think of that fund's huge, because you're doing all of the expenses for fire district, ambulance district, and city fire combined. And so that's all in there. You've got wildlands in there, it's a pretty big fund. You've got the fire district in there, it's a couple $1 million. We did have some budget that has to stay in there because we had to do what we call a disposition of assets, where we basically write them a check essentially to zero out the county. And so I gotta go through that whole process. That's my next fun budget process.
Yeah.
And then you do have a few, we're trying to think what else could be major in there. There might be a few big sewer projects that didn't quite happen that could come lower the river.
Yeah.
It was a big budget though, like the 118 was huge. And it's bigger than what you passed, because we increased the budget. Oh, and then another thing, we completed it, major ice rink.
Yeah.
I had to add $5 million
Or
to it,
$5 million, yeah, that's right.
so. Budgeting.
Yeah, that's gonna be
I just did the Flood Museum, and the guy there didn't know that I was the old curator, so it was like really interesting to like be given the tour and I was like,
oh, yeah?
it's not
Hey, did
bad.
you pay? Did you pay?
I did pay
How much was it?
it was $4, me and my husband both went, so it was $8.
$8.
And I was like, that wasn't worth $8. It's a
I
little
mean,
high.
I
It's
think
a
he,
little high.
I think he does have some,
He has
I mean, some of it's
good things
pretty
in it,
interactive.
But having the guy follow me around, like it was like he was like right there with us. It doesn't give you a lot of like latitude to want to stay or feel like you can like stay and do the things. So I would maybe encourage not having somebody right with somebody. Is that just that maybe they're trying to get us through fast because we came about 3:20, but I don't know.
let's just get an Xbox and you'll be like, I'll be in the corner until you tell me
Yeah.
a question.
Well,
Just,
I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I was like, I don't know. It was good to have that, but at the same time, like it may be a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's just a experience thing.
yeah.
It was good though. But.
Once we get started, something that you guys can kind of think about, I am gonna just ask the city council right before we start, kind of like high level, if there's specific things that you guys wanna make sure that we address specifically, and then if I'm already addressing them in the paperwork, I'll say, okay, we're gonna cover that. If there's some things that we're not addressing, I'm just gonna wanna know that, and then we can try to.
Yeah.
So they can't cover all
100 and whatever pages and
I was trying to figure out how you're going to cover 400 pages, 136 pages in 2 hours.
was that I can't remember. I can't even remember how big the budget
5
was.
o'clock.
Are we supposed to go get dinner now or at 5?
No, they're gonna bring it at like 5,
I was
5:15.
confused because we got 2 emails. That's nice.
So at least that's what they asked me, and I said, well, why don't we dig in for a little while and then we'll take a break.
Okay, sounds good.
We got plenty of time to take a break, I think. Where did my stuff go? Did they close it?
It was surprising to me, the differences in city governments and how, some of their priorities, some of their,
Oh, like from AIC?
Yeah.
just the way they approach things is
Well, that
just
we were-
different
We were such a much bigger city than a lot of them.
than most of them.
Yeah, that was.
Oh,
How
Bill,
do you feel?
Hello there, friends. How are you?
how are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Ready for a marathon tonight?
What's that?
You ready for a marathon tonight?
We're ready. We're ready to go.
Oh, fuck, I've been running solid since we got back. 'Cause that goes fast.
Matt's only gonna take 3.5
Just coming,
minutes to do
just coming.
I wish.
budget.
I
I
wish.
have to do the button.
Yeah.
By law, we have to look at every
Every,
we have to look at every account on 136 full pages.
and it's the right way to do it.
On the treasury report?
No, but
It's-
Is Mayor not gonna be here with me?
No, he's gone.
It was on the
So
treasury
he's
report. I don't think it was in this.
And then I
It was on
think.
the
I
Paul's
think,
gonna join
I
us.
think,
I can't remember which one it was.
Becky better make sure they know that.
oh, yeah, you mean on the,
Matt?
Yeah.
On the treasury report, there was like, there was one that was like they had spent like 1,000% of the budget. I can't remember which one.
Oh, on the report for like the
The
bills.
Yeah, the treasury report. The treasury report.
Oh,
I
It's
got it
like,
right here.
it's like, I was gonna ask you about it
Probably
today,
true.
and if that was just a typo?
no, there's, I'm presuming it's a small
Is it the
budget.
park construction,
Yes.
1984?
Yes.
Yeah, so what I have to do there,
How's that possible?
well, it's possible because basically there was, well, there was no budget. So we had
Oh,
5,000 in the
okay.
budget.
And we did the pickleball, we were supposed to do it last year, but it
Oh.
didn't happen until this fiscal year.
Okay.
And so that's a budget in
So
there.
yeah, like
We gotta do it.
it says it's like 1,500% over.
Yeah, it's like 19. And that's why I put on my notes,
Okay.
BAJ,
Okay.
because that's part of the budget adjustments.
Okay.
So,
That makes sense.
but yeah, it's just the timing, right? You're always like,
Yeah.
we have the best intentions, but.
Yeah. Well, I was just looking at that. I was like, oh,
Yeah, it was high.
that's a lot.
There's usually always an explanation.
Yeah, I'm not usually worried. I just in case somebody.
Yeah, and that one, yeah, you guys will address that with the budget adjustment. And he's gotta come back and finish it still too, so,
Brianna's coming.
Yeah.
Assuming.
I think so. I'm gonna go, Colin's online, he says he's waiting for like a code to get on. Hey, Colin can hear us. Yeah, but he says that.
Boys camp thing, youth camp.
Oh, okay, so I should be able to talk to him now.
Used to say scout camp.
Yeah.
You can accept the invite now.
And then
Should be able to
Sky
talk to
Venture.
you. Hey, Colin. We'll see if he should be jumping on. Cause I think it's just the four of you.
I can hear you now.
Okay, so, and then.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Where you at, Colin? Colin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Where you at?
I'm over here in Star Valley.
Oh,
In where?
I'm in charge of this.
Star Valley. Wyoming.
I'm in charge.
You're cutting out, Colin. You must not have very good internet in Star Valley.
yeah.
Okay, I just texted Brianna. Do you just wanna start? What do you guys wanna do?
Go to work, that's where you showed up.
Well, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I'm good just to go.
Yeah,
That way we can
she'll-
that way if we don't run up against the clock, I have a feeling we might. So.
Okay.
Brianna gonna be here today?
I don't know for sure. I know the mayor's
She's
out-
responding right now. I'll tell you what she
Um,
says.
Dave's out of town.
Oh, he is.
Yeah. Colin, so with Colin, we've barely got a quorum.
But is he?
So she said she'll be here in a few minutes. She's stuck in the traffic.
Oh,
She
That
rode-
that Main Street's gonna be pretty backed up.
She rode the bike.
They have it on one lane. Do they have it on one lane?
parts
Main?
of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, parts of it.
It's 4 o'clock.
So do you hear me better now?
That's much better.
Oh, good.
Yeah, should we begin?
Yeah.
Should we start?
I'm good to start.
Okay, well, let's begin the city council meeting and turn the time over to Matt
Okay.
to work us through it.
Yeah, so obviously there's lots of documents if you want to dive into details, and I can pull up any budget discussion, funds, areas, whatever we want online. And so before we jump in, a couple things. Number one, I just want you guys to just throw out if there's like a certain topic related to budget that you're like, let's make sure we talk about this. Just throw it out there. I have like discussed police station options, so we'll hit that. Make sure we hit that at some point.
Yeah.
And then I have I've tried to add a little bit for utilities, capacity fees, those kind of things. We'll hit that section. I don't think I have necessarily anything specific about the police building in this packet, but we can pull up some information and talk through that. Anything else that people want to make sure that we have? Or do we just dive in?
It looks to me like we're gonna hit the things that,
Okay. All right. So this first page, the reason why I have that on there is just kind of gives you a roadmap on what the process is that's left in the budget.
Ariana said the food's ready.
Oh, she what?
She says the food's ready.
Oh, we're eating right now. So, should we just go eat? Or do you want to go for a little while?
Let's do the first page and then
Couple
we'll.
pages, okay.
Actually, page one and, what is it, page one and two, and then the details, right?
Yeah, maybe I'll go through that real quick. So the only reason why I show this front page is you can see that we're here to June 17th. Really, this whole process will take through September 2nd. One thing that Council Member Erickson and Tejan were talking about earlier is that high budget for 2026, correct? And right now it is, but we'll see some changes when we come back to you with the amended budget that will actually bring those numbers down. And then, of course, there's several public hearings that still need to happen, including the utility rates, this actual public hearing on July 15th for the budget, and then there'll be another public hearing for the amended budget, and really that should be it. So flip it over on the highlights, total budget as proposed, and keep in mind that this is just as proposed, and we'll show you how we kind of got here. You guys really have the power and authority to recommend changes. That number can change, but we have to know what that is today so that I can advertise it in the newspaper for a public hearing, or at least hopefully within a week. So you can see operating budget, we're at about 43 million, and that actually came down a little bit. And some of the reasons for that, like some of the transition with the fire affected some of those numbers is probably the biggest thing. And then cost,
Hey, Matt, before you
yes.
go on, where you have the total budget, 95 million,
Yeah,
and down 23 million,
yes.
will the public know why why it reduced $23 million? Is there enough information there for them to recognize the fact? One, to recognize it, the fact that you're down 23 million,
Yeah.
and the reason why.
If they really dug in, yes, but as we go through the budget amendment process, that will add clarity, because we're going to reduce that 23 million even down farther. But some of the big reasons, you had a $5 million amount for that ice rink we had to add this year. And so even though it was a donation, it still has to show up in your budget number for 5.2 million or whatever it was. And then another big reason is just the changes with the fire department, because we used to have all their budgets.
Oh, yeah, okay,
So,
makes sense.
okay. So operating budget, about 43 million. COLA's in there of 2.73%. We still have that a fairly large increase on health insurance of 22.5% in there. We did get, our report this month was that trended down over the last month. And as we talked with the agent, we're just like, we're going to push it clear to September to try to rebid, because every month that we can trend down, the more room we have to negotiate. And so,
yeah, I mean, my understanding is that there's been some pretty heavy health expenses in the city. And some of those are going away
correct.
to some extent. So, I mean, at 22.5% increase, we're certainly going to shop that, right?
Yeah, so we can put it out to bid.
So
Yeah.
we can, because that's
Yep.
huge.
Yeah, and now,
Probably because of the fire department though, right?
well, that didn't help us because your group size went down.
Yeah, it's
And so,
serious help.
and I mean, they're generally healthy. I mean, I can't say they've always been healthy. I mean, they have their share of claims as well. And so, but those are a couple things that we'll look at, and as we get closer, our agent can kind of give us an idea of whether it's worth shopping or not. But right now, yes, in our initial conversations, it's, hey, you got to come down a lot, Select Health, or else we probably will shop it. And so, Okay, so general fund is about 20 million, just over 20 million. It accounts for about 21% of the total budget. We put 80,000 in the contingency. And in order to balance the general fund, we had to show a carryover of $735,000. So basically that's 735,000 that you have to dip further into reserve just to balance that budget, which puts us at just under 21% in reserve. And our policy has been to try to keep it between 25 and 33. So
How does the $80,000 compare to other years as far as contingency?
it's pretty close. Some years will be like more like 150. Originally, we wanted to try to get it to 100,000, but we lowered it just a little bit as we cut some things out. But the other thing that we've done in the past that's kind of a big deal is if we can, for some reason, and I could not get this on Percy's website, but if we can figure out, like if Percy, for example, says, hey, we're not going to raise our rates, we're going to defer it another year, or if the health insurance comes back at 16%, in the past, what I've done is I've went in and I've actually done a budget adjustment to reduce people's spending budget and then increase contingency. And so I'm hopeful that that will happen again. So
this increase in health is an estimate.
totally an
All that
estimate. That's,
until-
yeah, it's an estimate, but it's a pretty analyzed estimate based on what we have in savings, what we're setting aside, looking at a fairly large increase, not only for the city, but also for the employee side of things. Now, the employer covers 86% of the cost. So in order to keep that ratio where the employee covers 14%, you actually have to have a bigger increase on the employee side than the employer side. And we'll go through all of that as we get closer so that you guys are aware where we're at. Okay, and then I want to talk a little bit about property tax. I would say if there was actually one like positive growth area on the revenue side, property tax actually came back pretty good because new construction came back much stronger than prior years. And I would anticipate new construction will be pretty strong for several years going forward as well. And so we had a total projected increase in property tax of about 5%. Remember, by state statute, you can increase it by 3%. So the difference, that 2% difference, is because of new construction and annexation. And so that was a positive. One negative, which is in there, is your sales tax was super flat. I'm projecting a 1.9% increase, which is, what was it, 60 to 80,000 bucks, somewhere in that ballpark. So it's not going to help us much. And then as you go into the next section, can't remember where I talked about it. Yeah, I think it's right here. So any more questions on general fund? Can I jump into streets for a second? So streets has actually a tremendous amount of projects in this budget. It's about 22.5 million. But one thing we are going to experience is about a 26% decrease in what fuel tax next year, according to the estimates from the state, which is like, I think it was almost $900,000 reduction.
Is that due to legislation? Have they cut the fuel tax, or is it there's less trucks on the road? What's
No, I think it's just due to my understanding is, so they were giving us some extra money the last few years, and I think it was coming out of their general fund, if I remember right. And so because of their budget cutbacks, they've reduced what they're going to send. And so I think we're really honestly probably just getting our typical gas or fuel tax amount with none of that extra money.
So
And
what it
so-
was a few years ago is what you're saying?
Yeah, what?
Comparable to what it was a few years ago then is what you're saying?
Yeah, before they started doing that extra amount. And I have a projection sheet if anybody wants to go through it in detail that AIC sends out and shows it by the quarter. And so you can see, where that reduction kind of comes in, and it's across the board. You can talk to Madison County, you can talk to any entity, we're all seeing huge reductions. And I know the state, you know, it was quite the struggle for them to balance their budget as well.
Is there any way of knowing whether they're robbing from Peter to pay Paul? I mean, is all this, are they taken from us to construct these major projects in the Boise Valley? Is there any way to know that, if that's the case?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you could dig in and probably determine that. I've not done that to that level.
It'd be something to talk to our legislators about
Yeah.
if we see that that's happening.
Yeah, and it would be a good question for them, right? They may know exactly why.
Okay.
And so,
And that's a huge decrease. That hurts.
yeah,
26%.
it definitely hurts. Okay, and then I wanted to add this year in that section, like, hey, where's this 22.5 million coming from, right? Well, about 6 million of it is from carryover in streets. We have a very healthy carryover right now. You'll see later as I show you forecasted carryover that they are essentially spending almost all their carryover. And then you have federal grants. We've got about 5.5 million in there. Urban renewal has over 5 million in there. And then franchise and right-of-way charges are about 1.7 million. So those are kind of your core revenues that are paying for that. Major street construction projects, you can see there. We do have a fairly large number really on LIDs. And so 4.6 million in the budget to finish out LID 55, which is, you know, the one that's going to start this summer. And then the new one includes Trejo Street, 4th West, 5th South, and 1st North. And, you know, that could change, right, between now and the time that you do those LIDs. But we're going to budget that way, at least recommend that at this point if we're going to include those streets. And those were the streets that were included in that 5-year plan that Keith presented, I think, 2 meetings ago.
How does that compare to last year?
It's a pretty big number, but last year was large as well. It was, let me just show you. It's right here. But we've had a couple pretty big ones. So, yeah, so this year's really big. Right now we're forecasting about over 5 million going to LIDs. So,
Yeah, it's one of our bigger.
Yeah, last year was, I can't remember. Can't remember what it was.
like what projects, is that what you're saying? Or
Yeah, total reconstruction projects.
Oh, I don't have it right in front of me, but it was
Yeah.
mostly those LIDs. So let me just pull the expenses here and I'll tell you. This isn't all of them, but reconstruction is about 6 million,
In 26.
26. And then
So
about
they're
5 million in next year.
So they're actually down from last year's,
Slightly down, yeah.
but still a big number.
Yeah, the really big one next year is in Fund 44, which is showing right down here at 10.9 million. It's the 9th East crossing and bridge that would connect Barney Dairy to 7th North, right? But that one also has some really good funding partners. It has 4 million from the federal government, 4 million from urban renewal, with basically the remaining coming from what we've saved in impact fees. So you do have a traffic signal where Home Depot's just broke ground over by the temple, so that would be in there. We do anticipate half of that cost coming back from urban renewal, but you're going to be waiting a few years before you see that, because they're going to really be tapped out after covering the cost on that sewer line, their share of that cost. And then you do have Second East and Yellowstone that's part of a federal grant, 1.6 million. So that one, if you think of going down Second East, you go over the railroad tracks. There's no median for a little while, so it would help widen the road out there, put a median.
Do you mean like a middle lane?
Like a middle lane, yeah. Yep.
That can get kind of confusing in there.
Yeah, like if people are using the middle lane right now, they're actually on the other side of the highway. So,
Lanes, yeah.
Okay, and then there's a few. I'm not going to hit every single one. If you guys want to jump in, personnel we'll cover later. There was 5 requests, and we're saying approve 1. And when I say we're, that is a recommendation to balance the budget from myself and the mayor.
And you
And-
say we're gonna talk about those. right?
Yeah, we're going to go through them in detail. Utility rates we'll go through in detail. And then major construction water projects on that next page. You can see there's a few, actually not like a crazy amount there, but a few $1 million worth of projects there. Sanitation has a few smaller ones. Now, wastewater will continue to have some fairly large projects, with the bulk of them being at the plant itself. About 4.82 million there, almost 5 million. And then they have a couple of big, fairly good size, adds up to about 825,000 for those 2 lift stations. And so Adara, which I think they were able to, if I remember right, I think they were able to get their hole dug before the sub came up. And then you have the other one over by Trellis, right there by the highway in Main Street. I believe they had to halt theirs. I don't think they got it done before the sub came up too high. So, but
Matt, just quickly, as I was reading through this, I was wondering the other day, the wastewater budget,
yes,
do they have funds budgeted in here to get that up to standard because of that lawsuit and all that kind of stuff? I mean, are we going to be able to? Are they going to be able to meet the requirements from the federal government, state government on that?
well, I don't know that this year's budget alone is going to do that. It'd probably be a Keith question, but I know that the projects that are in the capital improvement plan will get us there. It just might be a few years. And so,
But they're going to be working on it.
yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we're going to be working directly with DEQ, right?
Right.
Rather than being in a lawsuit. And you know, some things to keep in mind, like I know that on the big Headworks project, we had applied for a loan from DEQ. And if I remember right, I think Justin told me that we ranked like number 16 and they awarded up to 9. And so we were pretty close, and that was before all this happened. And so as we continue to apply for that, that's actually the best way for us to fund it rather than a revenue bond, because typically those come with lower interest rate, longer terms, and sometimes they come with principal forgiveness, which is essentially a grant. So if you remember, the water is on a 1.75% for 30 years. That was a DEQ loan, and it forgave $2 million in that project. And so as your finance person, I'm actually hopeful that we'll get that loan versus trying to go out and get a revenue bond that will be likely more expensive interest rate. So, okay. So as we go through here, I'm not going to hit too many of them. We are going to talk about the police station, so it's up to you guys if you want to talk about that now or if you want to hold off. But I do have a section in there that talks a little bit about it. You want to hit that now real quick, or is that something you want to cover after dinner? They said they brought lunch and or dinner and it's ready.
Just a quick question. Is that committee still functioning? That was, to kind of
It
prepare for the
can,
bond?
yeah, it can be. The last time we met was at the end of May. After the bond election, we met once.
Yeah, I just wonder what their
Recommendation.
take is. You probably know. You're on that committee, aren't you?
Well, I didn't hear about any meeting after the bond, so
Well,
and
it
I
was-
thought I was on that committee.
Yeah, it was just the,
What meeting? Yeah.
so
Were
it,
there council members on it, or?
it was just that typical Thursday meeting that we did at 10 a.m. And so we were doing a Thursday meeting. We actually had it on the schedule every week. And so, but it was mainly with staff and consultants. So Headwaters, Zions, Portman Square, just kind of wrapping up things with all those groups and settling up, if you will.
I'd like to talk about it now. I had a conversation with Josh yesterday, so I
Okay.
actually have quite a few questions about.
Yeah, I think it's great.
So,
Yeah.
so on that on that meeting, it was the ones that was going on for the bond committee that was doing the advertisement for the bond.
Right.
It wasn't the advisory committee, so I never knew about it. So I wasn't there.
Yeah, so that's true. Sorry. It was the one that we did every week for the police bond. So it was like a coordination meeting between consultants, staff. We would basically go through everything we were posting on social media, planning how to get the education out there to the citizens. So the one where we formally come together, yeah, we haven't done that. And so,
And the stuff I heard from Josh, I was thinking it would have been really nice if council members were there for that conversation. I don't know how far in you are on those plans, but I would.
which plans?
That Josh was telling me about with this new city hall and.
Oh, well,
So I would hope council members are involved in that.
yeah,
I think
and
that's
that
kind of a big deal.
no group has met on that.
Okay,
So, but I do want to talk about it.
yeah,
So,
I'd love to hear.
so I think that's a great starting point. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
So one of the things that there's lots of moving pieces here, right? But we have been setting aside money, and that fund has always been called for municipal, city hall, or police building, right? And we've been doing that, 5 years or something? We've been putting money from the general fund in there. We've also been, we're also putting money from impact fees in there to help cover the purchase of that land for the potential police location on Pioneer Road. And then another part of that is that fund, and you can see it online, I pulled it up here, has also purchased the land in the downtown, the whole 0.75 acres. And then you have close to the 5 acres on Pioneer, right? And so those are all moving pieces there. So what I have done internally, and I have talked to Josh about this, I have talked to the mayor about it, is I've went in and kind of did an analysis of said, what if we were to go back to what we had originally discussed, 3 years ago, which was potentially looking at building a city hall / office building, and then moving the police potentially into this building. And so, and really, it is a better option than even saying, well, let's go buy another building that exists and remodel that building, because we already own this building. And so you would have that added cost. Now there's three kind of major things that I think you have to understand between the difference between building a police building and a city hall. Number one, you have to understand all of your funding sources. So when you talk about building a police building, you basically have two funding sources. You have the general fund and you have police impact fees. That's it. When you're building a municipal building that is like a city hall that houses all of the departments that service all of the departments within the city. So for example, overhead departments, you think about what are those major overhead departments? Finance, you got HR, you've got your department, you've got legal, you've got IT, et cetera, et cetera. There's a few other smaller ones. And so you guys are well aware that part of our revenue source in the general fund is an overhead charge to those respective departments. Another big one that I missed is building and inspection. They're not an overhead department, but they're charged an overhead. So as you think about, well, who do we charge and who are we talking about for funding sources? If you build a city hall, you could have the building department participate. You could have water, sewer, sanitation participate. You could use general fund dollars that participate. And then you have a few other smaller departments, like you think about like shop or engineering that we house in City Hall. Those are overhead departments. Now they have their own overhead rate that's not part of the general overhead rate. And so my point is that, instead of having just two revenue sources, now all of a sudden you're opening it up to a handful, probably, 6 to 8 different potential revenue sources. And then the other thing that you're doing is you're looking at how much money can I come up with for a down payment? Well, if you go and you want to build a new police station, you have about $1 million right here. Plus you own the land. And we know that that new police station, when we went through that process, was close to $18 million, right? I can't remember if it was 18 or 19. And so my point is that there's a pretty big deficit in what you have to borrow. Now, the other thing we know is that if you're building an office type space, an office type space is cheaper per square foot. And so now you can get crazy and make it more expensive. And if you do, then you may put even that possibility out of what we can afford, right? And so my point is that I believe in just doing kind of an internal assessment of what departments would need to be in a city hall. I believe that based on the square footage analysis that I did, which is very quick and dirty, I think you need to go through a whole formal process if that's the route you want to go. That I believe you could probably build something for less than $11 million. But I also believe that you could probably come up with almost half of that with a down payment, which now means that if you're borrowing only 5 or 6 million versus 14 or 15 million, now all of a sudden that annual lease appropriation option becomes viable. Because when we ran the lease appropriation option for the police, it was like a $800 to $1 million a year payment. When I run it for $5 million borrowed, it's more like $380,000.
But you're missing the renovation of a building that's gonna cost $2 to $3 million.
Well, and I want to know how,
I'm not though,
but
and I can show you how.
How do you come up with the down payment? Like, we're sitting here talking about how tight our budget is, and
Yeah.
we don't charge millions in overhead costs, right? We don't charge $5 million to our departments in overhead costs. So how could you come up with that kind of a down payment? And I even after it failed twice, to me this is more of a viable option, but I just have concerns because I think to residents that looks poor that we tried to bond for a police station. They're not going to understand that then we're like, oh, but we can build a new city hall with our budget.
And I'm not saying we can do it for sure. I'm saying that we would have to go through a planning process and an analysis to see if it's even feasible.
But you're saying we charge that much overhead to all those departments to come up with several $1 million?
So we charge, it's right here, I'll just show you. So it's on this screen up there. So overhead charge right now in the proposed budget is about, oh, you can't read that screen, 2.7 million roughly. So
A couple of years of that and you were at 5 million.
yeah, but here's the difference. I'm not saying that we charge them that down payment up front. I'm saying that they pay their proportionate share of the down payment out of their own reserves up front. And then over the next 20 years or whatever the life of that lease is, you would include it in the overhead rate. So if your payment was $380,000, then you would be adding maybe $260,000 or whatever that is to the overhead rate that you would collect back from those respective departments. Does that make sense? Because they're basically 69% of City Hall, the business or the departments that are our overhead departments is being covered by that overhead rate. And so that means that you would have to pay, in fact, let me grab this. These are my notes, but, so basically if you had a 300 and I'm not just making this number up, by the way, I worked with Michael Keith from Zions to get these numbers. If you had a $380,000 lease appropriation amount, that means you owe that much money each year. Over 20 years, basically in my calculation, which we would, as I said, we'd have to go through and vet and make sure that everything pencils out and is correct as through a planning process, 69% of that annual payment could be covered in the overhead rate, which means that the general fund's picking up maybe around $125,000 a year.
So Matt, are there more creative financing options for a municipal building than there were for the police? I mean, is there a difference?
Well,
You're still gonna have to
the
bond
diff-
to
the
go to
difference-
general.
no, the difference is your funding sources. That's the difference.
Okay.
What were we using the overhead before? I guess I'm not understanding, like, where did all that overhead money, what was it for before then? Like, I guess that's not making any sense to me.
Well-
The police department. What was that?
No, the overhead money that comes into the general fund is what helps balance your general fund.
But I'm saying, how can we afford to just take that money and then put it towards a building? I'm so sorry. I'm not understanding.
Yeah. What I'm saying is if you do a lease purchase option, you're going to add that to what we collect on overhead. So in other words, instead of 2.7, you might be charging 3 million every year for 20 years.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? That make more sense? And then the down payment, we would look at their reserves. So for example, if streets is one of those that we have an overhead, right? We would have to probably go to streets and say, hey, you need to put a proportionate share of a down payment on a new city hall that houses all of those departments that support those overhead.
But so then you are taking money from each department, right? You're going to be taking
Yeah.
more money in overhead from each department.
Yeah, you would.
How do we afford that then when we say that the budget is so tight? How are we going to afford that?
That is the process. That's why you have to go through a planning process and you have to determine how much that would be for each of those respective departments. And then you have to sit back and you have to say, do we feel comfortable pulling that much out of those reserves?
You do just like the federal government, you just base it on growth.
It's,
I mean, that's the only, you know,
But I think
we hope that we're going to continue to grow
Yeah.
so that those revenues continue to grow.
But I mean, like, we tell residents, like, we don't have more money in streets for LIDs. And then we're like, but we do have more money to pull for this municipal building.
Yeah, but
So-
we're also saying we're gonna pull it like the down payment just one time, right? It's a one-time down payment. You're done with that down payment. It's not, hey, we're gonna pull that every year. And then every year thereafter, they would pay their proportionate share. So for example, when I ran through this, their payback on the lease each year would be like $47,000. So it's not as massive of a number as you think, because you're breaking it up between all of those departments, right? And I mean, and there's also some other areas that, I mean, I'm going to be upfront, like I would strongly recommend that the city look at not putting recreation in that building, because we have an ice rink now. We have a swimming pool over there. We have a parks building that has offices in the top that's maybe underutilized. And so I think part of that practice would be to say, can we better utilize the current spaces that we have and put some departments there to minimize how big that square footprint is, which brings the cost down to what we can afford. And so that's all going to have to be part of that analysis. And so I guess what I'm looking for is, I believe there's a way to feasibly do it as long as the cost doesn't get too much. But I don't want to just go do it without you guys saying, hey, let's look at that. Let's go through a planning process and let's see if it's a viable option.
And would that include the renovations on the,
Yes.
to turn into, okay. And then I have one other thing that Josh shared with me that he was pretty concerned about. The idea of leaving like the arts department in City Hall after it's turned into a police station.
Yeah.
And I was trying to look, I can't find another police station in the country that keeps part of their employees.
Yeah.
So to me, that's like a non-starter to have the arts department still in
Yeah, and that would,
when it's turned into a police station.
and that would be part of the discussion, right? Is what can we afford to keep or not keep? This,
But police stations don't have other personnel in them. So to me, like that would be from the beginning. How could you have arts working in your police station
well,
and keep it secure?
Well,
That's what Josh
well,
said. Like
yeah,
they're
I
gonna
can
climb
tell
through
you.
the rafters, they're gonna do something like that. Just doesn't happen. So to me, like from the get go, it has to be understood that we're not going to have the arts department in our police station or rec or whoever else.
yeah, and those are all decisions that may drive the cost up and make it so it's not a viable option.
But
And-
it's not viable to have them in there either. I don't think. I
To
don't know
be-
how anyone
to
else
be
feels, but
determined.
To
having-
secure a part of the building and have as part of the renovations, separate entrances, just to, you know, and have it totally secure. I mean, it could feasibly be done.
Yes,
I
but that will
I
drive the
agree.
cost up.
I don't think it's right. I
No,
don't think
and
we
it will
should.
drive the cost up
But I'm
of what
saying
you
it
have to
would.
renovate.
True.
Because
Yeah,
you have
true.
to fix the rafters even so people can't climb through and all this stuff.
Well-
so Josh just had serious concerns about that, and I mean he is the police chief, so I really value
Yeah,
his opinion.
Yeah, and we need to, and that's part of the process, right? Is to
Yeah.
go through all those
And he's
concerns.
really, really, you know, he's a pleaser. I feel like sometimes Josh doesn't know how to share his true feelings because he wants to
Yeah.
please people. He's a very polite
Well-
individual, but
well,
he has
and
a
I-
lot of concerns about that.
And as I looked at it, this building is substantially larger than the police building you would have built if you passed a bond. I mean, this is closer to 30,000 square feet. This space over here, if you were to keep it for the next 5 to 10 years with other functions, you'd still be handing over the police basically the same square footage they would have built in their new building from day one. And then they could feasibly grow into this space over time. And as I looked at it, I talked to Brett and I said, can you close off this whole backside? He said, yes, you can. Can you have separate entrances in the front for the two buildings?
So it'd be like
He
two
said,
separate
yes,
buildings.
you can.
Yeah, and that will just drive up the cost of renovations to do things like
Well,
that.
that
So
would be, that'd be a wall,
well.
a small
I mean,
wall.
You're gonna have to renovate anyway.
Well, I know, but
so-
you can't tell me that it wouldn't cost more to try to make them two separate buildings.
Well, how much more are we talking? I mean, is
I
it
don't know. That's
immaterial?
what I'm asking. I'm saying those are the things that we'd have to look at.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
That's the point.
And that's
So
the
as long
point.
as-
We will
as-
look at
yeah,
those. I don't think
that's fine.
it's time. This is time to
Yeah.
make a decision about what's
Right.
going in what building
It's the
here and there.
list, right? I think.
Let's talk
I think
about
this is
it.
part of the list. I think we have
As
to
we-
go.
Yeah,
when
and-
we sit down and actually talk reality.
Yes.
Sure, but
And that's why we need to get a committee and everything. This is just a brief throw out. It's not a decision making now. It's just saying, okay, we need to sit down and say what's feasible and what's the smartest thing for the future of our city.
yeah, can we see other options too, just so we can compare, like if we bought another building, you know how we talked about that when we were looking at viable options before we bonded. Do you remember how that was one of the options? Like, oh, we find a different building and
Yeah,
we renovate it.
if-
Like, could we compare?
If we have a building, sure,
Yeah.
we can do that.
Okay.
So really what I guess I'm asking for is, if you look back up at this budget, hopefully you can see it to the right. I've included, so basically we're going to carry over $1 million in that fund, right? We're going to already own the land over here by the school district. We're going to still own the police land, which could be potentially sold off, right? For 1.3 to probably 1.6 million, in that ballpark. So I've included in here for next year, I put $190,000 under hired work to simply say, do we want to go through a planning exercise to look at the option of doing a new city hall over on this junior high property and moving the police into this building and then renovating this building over time, which could be phased. Because if you think about it, like, yes, you're going to need probably a few $1,000,000 to do some renovations in this building, right? But then you're going to have impact fees that are going to continue to come in. And so as their demand for more space grows and we're like, okay, we can't have people in this side of the building, we got to give it to the police, those impact fees could potentially build another phase, right? And so you have to think of it that way, as a phased approach. The other thing that I look at is I look at where they are now. From day one, if you move them into this building, they're already in a better situation. Yes, it's similar in terms of some of the insufficiencies, right? As far as security and some of those things, but I believe that those things could be addressed and they could potentially be phased in, as more money becomes available through impact fees.
Matt, I'm all for, starting a process to look, but as long as we're open-minded enough.
Yeah.
To look at a lot of different things. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about a combined city-county building, which to me makes a lot of sense. If we're going that route to build a city building, let's combine it with the county and get some of their money and have a joint. So those kinds of things, I think we've got to be open-minded enough through the process to at least entertain those.
And we did buy that piece of property with the county, right? So
Correct.
Yeah. So
the issue, of course, would be for them to have the money to be building at the same time we're building and all that kind of stuff. But
So what I'm hearing is that basically what we want is maybe 3 to 4 options of different solutions.
we just gotta brainstorm.
Of how to do
Well,
this,
that's what I was-
right? Is
that's
that
why
what
I
we're looking
asked.
for? Is like not just one solution, but 2 or 3 other at least three solutions of how to handle this situation.
I
Is that,
know
is
that
that
there
what
are-
everybody's?
Yeah, I know that there are those who get a little bit blinders on because, well, I'll just say it. The mayor has some blinders on this because he wants a city building, and that may be where we end up. That may be just where we end up. But I just think we can be a little more open-minded about this and look at other options rather than just going down this tunnel, having tunnel vision. And this is where we want to end up.
Yeah, which is why I asked about.
I'd rather
other
take a little more
buildings.
time,
Mm-hmm.
rather than to try and force this issue in the next 12 months. Let's
You
give it
said
some
you have
time.
some money in the budget to study this, right, for us? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
The study?
Yeah, and can you remind me the state's stipulations that they put on county buildings? It can't be over 5 million if we were to combine with the county. I'm trying to remember what that.
Oh, are you
stipulation
talking
was.
about?
It's bonded. If it's a county building, it can't be over 5 million unless it goes to bond. Do you remember that from a couple years back?
Oh, are you talking about the lease appropriation that they would have to go to vote?
Yeah, if we combined with the county.
Yeah.
Do you remember what we
So
were talking
so
about
if we're
that?
using the lease appropriation method, there is, I can't remember if it's the amount or the years that you borrow, but the county, I believe, does have to have a vote of the people to use that lease appropriation method. Cities do not.
So we just have to
Yeah, so
like
those
look
things-
at that when we're
Yes.
talking about
Sure,
the same
absolutely.
county building.
Yeah.
Keep it all out.
So-
Absolutely. You bet.
So would it be fair then, like, are you guys open to maybe what we could do is come back and keep in mind, this is next fiscal year. I mean, we could start meeting now, but would you be open to maybe just saying, hey, let's have a group of people, a committee that could help working on these options?
I'm all for that.
Yeah,
Personally.
Okay.
as long as there's multiple options, I'm all for it too.
Yeah, and are there, who do you want on that committee? Do you want it to be similar to what we had before? Or do you want to give it some thought and then we kind of circle back through council meetings and start to formalize some things?
Well, I think there needs to be council representation, certainly.
Okay?
And an oversight committee, I think, makes sense.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we have to advertise like that too, so, and that's not a problem. It's just. it
If we only have
becomes-
1 or 2 council members.
It becomes a more formal meeting, yeah, so we're not.
Is that over 3 though?
We have to
right?
just put out agendas is what she's saying.
But, I mean, that's just what we're doing, we're gonna advertise it.
That it's an open public meeting.
And
Yeah.
that's just, again, it's not that big of a deal, it's just we have to.
So what would it take to
It'll be an
have
open
these
meeting.
without violating the open meeting law? What would the makeup of that meeting be?
From an elected official standpoint, right?
One council member?
Did that
Well, I'm
change?
good with that.
It's just, you know, you're having, it's a problem when you have two that are deliberating with
Right.
each other.
Hmm.
You know, so, we've not really been
Okay, that's what I was gonna say, because in the past, I feel like we said if there was only
I
three,
mean,
we
yeah,
didn't
that's,
have
that's,
to
that's like a
advertise.
decision,
Okay.
right? You can't make a decision.
But there's still
For that.
deliberation.
So
It's just,
Well, yeah, but
you know,
that's not,
but
that's gonna be an
you guys are,
advisory
you're,
committee, not
you're
decision
delivering,
making.
you know, you're
well, are you
discussing.
are you guys comfortable if we had one council members and then we just came back with updates through city council
I
meetings?
mean, that council member will be accountable to the rest of us.
Yes, we're all,
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
So
we're a team.
I'm
so-
comfortable with that.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it.
I trust
And
any
we
of
can-
these guys.
We can put those on like, you know, your reports that you do every month, the
Yeah.
second, and that could just be one of the things.
Yeah.
you report.
I'm comfortable with that. How about you, Colin? You okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay with that, but I think it's going to take just more than just three options. I think it's going to have to be a really serious look at now and the future where we're going to go with the police chief in mind and the whole faces of what we need to be doing, not just a patch approach.
I also think we need to include a lot of the different departments, not just like if arts is going to be put in a different part of the building, arts needs to be part of that. If that's Donella, if that's Jed, whoever that is. But I think we need to like spread it out, the committee, because it's going to impact not just a few. It's going to like we need to have more say from all the staff.
I'm thinking about a committee, right? I mean, get somebody who's familiar with building and get somebody who's familiar with real estate, get somebody who's
Do
familiar
we want to
with
open it up to the community? Is
police
that what you're
work,
saying?
right? Somebody from the police department, get somebody who's familiar with these things that you know, have eyes to see.
Yeah.
I feel like the
Okay.
community could come in later.
Well, what
I think we need to add the community a little
are
bit
you,
later.
are you guys good? I mean, are you good if I work like at least start with Josh and get a list of people that we think would be good on a committee and
Yeah, and I'm fine with one council member, but if it really is that we get those updates regularly, because if we're like getting an update after 6 months or a year of their deliberations, and then we hear, oh, we don't actually agree with the direction you're taking that, but you've already wasted a year's time.
Yeah.
So I feel like if you're having one council member on there, we're gonna have really regular updates.
Just make it a council, every council meeting,
And
right?
the
If we're doing
council-
that, that's fine.
The council member there has to be at least one. So if the council member who's assigned can't go, then that somebody, one of us needs to attend.
Okay.
We need to have at least one.
yeah, I think that's great. I think
Are-
that's the
Are
process.
you okay with the once a month reporting? 'Cause, I mean, you might not, at the beginning, you might not have more than one meeting.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm.
Yeah, we probably don't need every 2
other
weeks.
but once a
Okay.
month.
No.
That's like, no more
I,
meetings.
what I meant was, don't meet for 6 months and then bring us what you've been
Right.
working on
No, I
really
to-
hard.
I totally agree.
Yeah, because then it's
Okay.
it's just
Okay.
a waste of time for everyone.
Well, and I appreciate this, and where I think I can come in and help you, right, is we can look at the options, and then I can say, I believe that these are your funding sources, and this is how much it would cost, and I've got Michael at Zions that said he's more than willing to help give us kind of estimated costs based on what we would borrow, because. And it depends, right? Like, and that's why I keep going back to remember your funding sources, because if we do go look at an option, like let's say that Melaleuca building or another building is available in the downtown and it costs $6 million to buy and $6 million to renovate, I can already tell you that if it's a police station, you can't afford it because we've already went through that process. And so that's my point is we'll be able to bring you back the funding sources and how it could be paid for legally.
Now, it'd be nice to have somebody on the committee who is excellent at diagramming words, right? Who can put a flow chart together for you, who can show you, I mean, what you were just sharing with us, for example, if we had that on a flow chart, if you had able to show that, then we
can.
then you can see it, right?
Yep.
So
I
somebody
can put
who's
that together.
willing to, who's good at it, who can diagrams words, right? Just helps you see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let us
Yeah, AI
let us remember.
and it will too.
But let us remember what was our number one goal here is, and what's our need is, the new police department.
Yeah.
I mean, there are years past that they should already had one.
Yeah.
That is our number one goal, is to get them the facilities they need to make sure our city stays safe. So
Okay, we good there?
Good.
Okay, just the last two things on this summary, and then let's take a break. So parks, I just want to bring up that the Steiner Park in the budget is for the back half to be developed next year. And then the front half, all we would probably do is do the path to connect it to Fifth West so that all those apartments, neighborhoods there could connect and use that park. And then the other thing with the park is this next year we have this huge Porter Park irrigation project, which I'm going to show you in more depth later. But that's like a $610,000 project that right now is being funded half by a grant from the federal government, which means that you have to come up with $303,000 out of your general revenues.
This is what we voted on here a few weeks ago, right, wasn't it? I mean, or we at least spoke about it, we talked about it. This one that Keith brought up.
Yeah.
About that. Okay.
Yeah, it's basically to get Porter Park off of their
Yeah.
well and onto the irrigation water, right? And so keep that in mind. That's part of the conversation. We'll talk a little more about it in a minute when we get there. And then there's pretty minimal capital that is currently in this budget. Now, there was more capital requested for cultural arts. There was a lot more. And I'll go through and show you what they requested and what we're recommending you approve. But part of that is a fairly big amount for the tabernacle of $285,000. Well, the good news is I believe they're going to carry over $170,000 from donations raised and grants, because they got that Eccles grant for $100K. And so they're pretty well on their way to hopefully raising enough to just do that with donations. And so that's great.
That's just the bathrooms though, downstairs.
Yeah, it would just be probably the bathrooms and connecting it, right? Like a hallway or whatever.
And you're going to show us what's recommended for this coming fiscal year.
Yep, we're going to look at it here in just a minute. So then we have the ice rink in there. Ice rink, there's a subsidy obviously on that. We've got it at about $135,000, and there is a Zamboni in there. We did lower it, I think, from $65,000 to $50,000 in the budget. And then Rexburg Rapids has a really big capital project to replace the boilers, so $225,000. And you will see Rexburg Rapids is just going to take more transfers in the future, and you'll see that increased as well. Golf has quite a bit of capital, but honestly, the only thing that we're asking from the city is to set aside $40,000 for irrigation replacement, and that's it. So, okay, do you want a break?
Yeah.
Let's go, or do you want to keep going? I don't care.
Well, the
Fine.
food's gonna get cold.
Go eat. What time is it?
We can bring it here and keep talking, right? And then just-
Yeah.
I think I just got blisters or something.
Up for Saturday morning. You need, I have like, you know what a Cambro is? It's a hot box. It's a box that you put pans in and keeps food warm.
Colin, you back with us? Did you get your dinner?
Did we lose him?
We can't hear you.
No, I didn't get no dinner, so I'm starving. And yes, I'm back with you.
Okay.
There's plenty in the other room, Colin.
There's always got to be a smart aleck, huh?
Okay, let's jump in. So this next section is really focused on the general fund, because of course that's the most difficult and hardest to balance each year. So, Colin, I'm on the one that says general fund balance carryover. So as you guys look at that, I just want to kind of take you from where we were to where we're headed. So 2024, we carried over about 5.8 million in the general fund, which is about 30%, which is great. That's within your 25 to 33%, right? 2025, we carried over about 29%. And then at the end of 2026, we were actually budgeted last year to be below the 25%, if I remember right, but I believe we're going to be just over it. And then when you guys look at this, when I do this forecasting, you have to keep in mind that if it's in the budget, then I'm going to assume it's going to be spent. And so when you look at 2026, right, it's like, well, that we still got 4 months left in 2026. And so I have to just estimate that, hey, if it's in there. Now, if I know we're not going to spend it, I take it out of the forecast. But for the most part, it's typically conservative in the sense that generally we will spend a little less than what I show. Now, if we were to take all of the budget requests that came in for 2027 through the budget meetings, we would have dropped that reserve clear down to 14.72%, or just over $3 million. And so, as the mayor and I looked at that, we came in with some recommended cuts, which we'll go through in detail here in a minute. And essentially, the question was, how are we going to balance a deficit of $1.8 million? We were able to come up with cuts that brought it down to about $734,000 that you would have to carry over. And even with that carryover, you'll still be around 21%, which is still under our minimum reserve. And it's still trending in a bad direction, right? Which basically signals to me that we're probably going to have a few very tough years to balance this budget, especially if we actually have a recession and sales tax goes down, which is a real possibility. And so keep all that in mind. Now flip it over, unless you have questions. Okay, flip it over and look at the transfers. So when you think about, well, where's all this general fund money going? Well, outside of really the difference of what it costs to provide all those overhead departments versus what we bring in on overhead rate, this is where that money's going. And you can see in 2024, we transferred out 4.2 million. In 2025, it was 3.2 million. 2026, we forecast about 3.4 million, 3.38 or whatever that is. Yeah, 3.38. And then in 2027, if we accept this recommended amount that we're going to show you, it would be about 3.15 million. And so as you look through there, obviously your biggest one is your fire. So it's about 2.2 million. And part of what I had to do is, when you think of fire going forward, fire is actually no longer a fund transfer because we don't have that within our purview anymore. They have their own funds. So I actually have to call it a contribution is what I have to call it, or subsidy, however you want to call it. But anyways, that's your biggest number. And then as you go down through that list, you can see, where all the other numbers are. But the newest one, of course, is that ice rink. So you can see that 134,800 that I was talking about earlier. And so really, as you guys think about, hey, maybe we don't want to take those recommendations that you're about to show us, but we do want to make sure that we still cut out that amount in the budget. These are some of the areas where you can cut it. And so we can dive into those if that's what you want to, if you want to go back to those. So any questions on that?
Matt, is
Yes.
this with the ice rink being open all year, or is this
Yes.
just?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think if, as you guys go forward, if you determine after running it this full year and you're like, it's probably not worth it, that could save you a little, right? You could potentially save some there.
Do we know what the numbers have been for this last month with it being summer?
I don't have the final numbers for last month, but I believe last time I saw it, because they were still working on their rentals.
Mm-hmm.
I believe last time I saw it was around 20K, which
Okay.
I think is about a $5,000 drop from the prior month, if I remember right.
And
So-
that's all revenue, the 20K?
Yeah, that'd be revenue.
And
Okay.
Just in the fire station, you know,
Yeah.
is it, are we gonna go through what they asked for this budgeting, or is that mostly just personnel, or did they ask for?
We're going to hit it just a little bit, but they did not ask for any new personnel. And they asked for about a 4% increase, which honestly I thought was pretty reasonable. So, okay, if you flip it over, I want to take you through reserves for a second. So when you look at the reserves in the street fund, in 2024 we carried over 7 million. In 2025 we carried over 9.3 million. I think by the end of this year, if they spend everything that's in the budget, we'll carry over about 6.3 million. Next year, if we spend everything in the budget, I think you'll carry over about 400,000. So I mean, we are spending that down. Same thing as you go down, you're going to see this trend throughout all of these. So sanitation, you can see where we were in 2024. We were almost 2 million. By the end of 27, I think we'll be at about 536. Now that one, we know why. It's because we saved and built that new shop for sanitation for them to be in. Water, I want to point out the biggest thing there to me that kind of stands out is the capital reserve fund. So, you know, you can see that we went from about 9.6. I'm projecting us to go clear down in the 5.5 million range by the end of 2027. But you're basically going to run out of money in your capital reserve. So it will almost carry over nothing. And that's the same story for sewer. So when you look at sewer is substantially dropping. I mean, they're going from almost 11.6 million down to 3.8 million. But same story, capital reserve is pretty much 100% spent. And so those, I mean, there's pros and cons to this. There's good things and there's bad. The good thing is that you had the money available to pay for those projects, and there was a lot of big ones. The bad thing is that if you look at the capital improvement plan, those projects keep coming. And so you will, and I've mentioned this several times, you will have to look for funding for water and sewer probably within a few years.
And that would be in the form of a revenue bond.
Either a revenue bond or if we can get it a DEQ loan would be fantastic.
How is a revenue bond different from what we just did with the?
Revenue bond does not require a vote of the people. It requires judicial confirmation. So you have to go through a process, go to a judge, and they have to say that this is ordinary and necessary and you're authorized to borrow money. Yeah, and banks and financial institutions they're comfortable with it, right? Because they know that you can set rates to cover that repayment. Okay, so here's the cuts. So as you look at this, I'm going to go as quick as I can. So airport relocation reserve, we wanted to put 30,000 in. We're recommending that we only put 10,000 in. Part of that is because they have over $1 million. We're investing it very well. And so I believe they're going to increase it probably 50K, even with us only putting 10K, because there's tons of interest being Airport operations, we reduced that by 9,200. They had a security system quote that was huge, and we said, hey, let's either reduce the scope of that project or let's look for an alternative system. And that savings would be for us and the county because we split costs between airport construction and operations. And then yep.
At some point in this process, I think we need to reevaluate that additional consultant, that we hired for the airport relocation.
Oh, yeah, and that is in this budget.
You're gonna have to show me, or the airport board's gonna have to show me that he is what we're paying him. We're getting
We're
something,
getting our money's worth.
that we're moving this project along.
Yeah.
Better than we would have done without him.
Okay.
I mean, that's just, that's $75,000-$80,000 that.
Yeah. Yep. Right. Yeah, you're right on.
Sure look,
Yeah, and we're paying half that, right? So, okay. So ball diamonds, I pulled out. They wanted to do dugout enclosures, so we pulled that out. We just felt like it's great, but it's not necessary. Cultural arts subsidy. So what we did there is they were asking for a subsidy of about 146,000. We reduced it to 131. And how we did that is we increased the transfer from arts promulgation by about 10K. They could afford that. And then we're basically saying, we're going back to their department and saying, you can either cancel something that doesn't produce revenue, or you can produce revenue. Maybe you get contributions, but we're basically asking them to come up with that $5,000 difference through their planning.
For those events.
It doesn't have to be these events. I just put those events on there just as an example of, 3 events that have no revenue. And if they said, hey, let's not do Oktoberfest anymore, that'd save you $5,600 of direct costs.
They're already not going to be doing any musicals or any plays so I'm just wondering, if we take away these events, then what is the Culture Arts Department planning to be doing?
The biggest thing they do, right, is manage those 2 buildings.
Okay.
And there is, we do have some of our own events in there. And then a lot of it's just managing the groups that rent them.
Okay.
So
we wouldn't be hosting. So if they don't find sponsors, then we just won't have any events for the next year.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah,
I'm only saying
I'm just
5,000.
clarifying.
5,000.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. We're just saying, hey guys, find
sponsors.
do something different for this 5,000.
Okay.
Whether you find a sponsor for one of these key events or whether you charge. It's kind of like what we did with Tabernacle Orchestra last year. Remember, we went to them and we said, hey, we got to charge for tickets or admission because we need to generate some revenue. And they said, well, can we just raise it with contributions? And we said, yeah, absolutely. And that's what they did. And so it's kind of that same thing is where we're not necessarily saying this is what you will do. We're saying you need to find $5,000 of either savings and expense or increased revenues.
Okay. I guess I'm just a little worried about if they don't find a sponsor for like Oktoberfest or something because that's something that the community really looks forward to, and and if we're starting to cancel all these events, then it just looks bad too. Like that, those are things that the community like to do. It shows that
Yeah.
do you know what I'm
Yeah, and I think
and so that's
you
why I'm
guys,
just a little concerned about that if they aren't able to find a sponsor, because we've really hit our sponsors really hard
yeah.
last year, and so I'm just a little concerned about that.
And I think
it's going to be
that's
being creative, of course, and I'm not opposed to it. I'm just putting forth a little concern about
Yeah.
it.
And that's where you guys, can voice your opinion. Like if you guys feel like, hey, no, let's keep doing Oktoberfest, you need to voice that concern or that consideration. But I think our point is we're not going to adopt this budget till we 3-read it, right? So we're several months out. And so we're just saying, hey, look through your budget, find $5,000. And we just felt like that was reasonable.
But can you help me understand that, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding, the recommendation is 131 and the total request was 146,
Yeah.
so isn't that more than 5,000?
Yeah. So I said it really fast, but
Yeah, I missed it.
I recommended that we increase the subsidy that comes from art promulgation.
Okay, got it, so that's
Yeah.
the other 10.
Yep. Okay. Customer service, we just, oh, I didn't put what it is. So we reduced that with some part-time wages. Same thing with finance. When we get down there, there was some part-time wages. Deborah and I have worked out something where we're going to kind of we're going to share Marcy up front, and she's going to start doing some more finance things. And so we worked out that. Economic development, they originally needed a subsidy of about $4,000 for their entrepreneurial programs. I am recommending to them that instead of subsidizing MEPI for $10,000 that help sponsor those, that we only give them $6,000, or we give them $10,000 but they put $4,000 back into the entrepreneurial programs. And part of that is we are providing the workforce behind that, fully subsidizing those employees. I think it's a pretty reasonable request. Overhead charge on engineering. So you can see, as we made these cuts, it just reduced some of those expenses, and so I showed that there. Financial management, I want to talk through that. So you had a little bit in part-time labor, a little bit in supplies and travel. The big one, of course, is the roof reseal and resurface. So we cut out the $150,000 to basically redo this roof because we felt like we needed to move forward on this HVAC replacement project first, because that may require them to cut into that liner. And I talked to Tim. I had him go up and look at it. He thinks we're fine to hold off until that project's done, and then we can reassess. So that was $150K. We did leave in the HVAC, as I just mentioned. Now on fire, the only thing that we showed there for savings is we want to go back to them. Instead of putting $40,000, we want to put $30,000 into the building set aside for them to. They're looking to save money to do the addition on their downtown here building. And when you think about that building, you got to remember city pays 1/3, fire district pays 1/3, ambulance district pays 1/3. So we're all basically putting in that $40,000. We're going to recommend that we do $30,000, and then we're going to recommend that they subsidize it more with their wildland fund, which is a great way, because that wildland is, that was one of the things that I didn't love about the fire budget process, and I'm going to recommend from them, is they never actually showed us a line item breakdown for wildland. They just said they showed it in summary. And my point is, I just want to make sure that they're paying their expenses, they're bringing in their revenue, and then they're benefiting all three parties. And so I'm just recommending they increase that transfer to building. I think it's a fair request.
That's a great move. I've been sitting in that meeting, and them choosing to remove that,
Yeah.
saying, yeah, that's not gonna count as part of a budget. You go, are you kidding me?
No, it has to.
Right? So
Yeah.
that's a really good move.
Yeah, and that's one of my requests back to them. We have to let them know by the 20th if we're going to cut some things out. And when I reach back out to them, I'm going to say, number one, let's reduce this. Number two, we still actually want to see the wildland budget, because we never really saw it.
Because I'd be fine dropping that another 10K.
Yeah.
Personally. Show us what you're doing with that money.
Okay, flight, sorry, I'm going to skip the ones that we didn't change. So golf irrigation system, we were going to try to put aside 60. I reduced it to 40. I think that's fine. Golf is pretty successful right now, and we've been able to ramp up from their operations what they put in there. And so I think it's fine. We're still setting aside hundreds of thousands of dollars a year into that, which is fantastic.
Does that mean the county's going to drop to 40 also?
Yeah, we would recommend that they do that as well. Yeah, we always try to match each other. So, okay, and then we looked at HR. HR is able to drop it because of all this turnover that we are now know who the replacements are. I think you guys are going to meet Brandon tonight. So that was about $15K. And then IT had requested a new employee. We will go through in detail all the employees as well in a minute, but that was 101,000. We recommended that we just continue to use part-time as we have for now. And so anyways, that's 101,000. And then we did small bumps on some infrastructure there. And as those things come in, I told Todd, like, if we really need that money for a server, come to us. We can do a contingency adjustment, right, if it's necessary. Mayor and council, this is a really big one I want to talk about, and I'm going to show you this in a couple pages too. So if we are to determine that pump house on 2nd East and 1st South is actually the city's, from a financial standpoint, I would highly recommend that you sell it. And that is something that you had already surplused before we got into the whole deed stuff. And so anyways, I just want you to keep that on your radar that, potentially that's 300,000 plus that you could put back into your general fund to help build it back up.
I will say this, the Historical Society, though, has been kind of talking with me on a monthly basis about the pump house, and they they feel that the council kind of already not promised it to them, but that they were in favor of them having that when they made that presentation. So I'm just
Hey,
this is the conversations I'm having, and so I'm just letting them know. I've been pretty blunt about it with them that it's probably not going to happen, but because he came and did that presentation, he felt that the council was in very favor of that. So we just need to be careful of how we handle that.
well, and no, and that's fine. And I think if there was a way, like, for them to raise money and buy it, that's a different conversation, right? Yeah. So the problem I see is from where I sit is you cannot afford to buy another public building
No, we can't.
with no revenue
We can't.
source. I mean, we got to take care of the ones we own. Yeah. Okay, so then I'd cut out a little in travel and training with the mayor and a little bit in part-time labor with parks. I feel like we're fine on both those. The other thing that I did on parks, if you flip the page, and this is where you guys might not like this, so let's have some conversation about it. So we've been setting aside money in the Parks Capital Reserve Fund for several years, generally around $50,000 to $100,000 a year. We had set aside a fairly big chunk a couple years ago for pickleball. So we're going to have about 162,000 in there. And that's even after converting Smith Park tennis to pickleball. And so I strongly recommend that you use 132,000 of that towards this Porter Park irrigation project, and then just leave about 32,000 or 30,000 in carryover in there, because really that we kind of filled that pickleball need by converting the Smith Park, and we are, by the way, he still has to come and do some fixes and resurface on that, so it should only get better. But I mean, if you've driven by there, I mean, people are using it, and we only have 4 of the 6 nets up right now. So,
Yeah.
but what are your thoughts?
I've been by there at times and there's no one there, So I would certainly.
Were the nets up when you drove by?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were.
I had a man come
Half
to
of
me about the noise that it makes.
Yeah, and we're gonna buy. I told John, let's go ahead and buy. We're gonna buy two sides that face where the houses are to try to lighten that noise.
When we started down this road, there were limited opportunities for pickleball in town.
Yeah.
There's a lot more
Mhm.
opportunities
Yeah.
out there now than there were then.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I'm fine with it
I'm
too, but
comfortable.
you left my skis alone, right? At
Your
the golf
what?
course. You left my skis alone at the golf course though, right?
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, they're there. Yep.
I didn't touch it.
Okay, so you guys are good to keep going?
Yep.
Okay, parks capital set aside. We're not gonna set anything aside there.
be sure.
So let me talk about police for a minute. So police, they had requested 3 new full-time positions. They had a priority of detective, then patrol, then parking attendant. Those are kind of the big ones. So obviously, like that top one there, you can see the 121,500. I'm not going to hit all the little ones, by the way, but if you want to talk about them, we can. And then the parking attendant one, you can see we saved about 48,200 if we cut that position out. Part of the reason why is that's about a $93,000 position, but they were like, hey, if we have this position, we can issue more tickets and bring in more revenue, so they offset that difference. But we just felt like we probably shouldn't approve any new positions in the general fund. And then in the big one down below, you can see is the detective, which is their priority. They've expressed that. That was about $135,000 to add that position. And then we also cut out the Faro scanner in detectives. That was the one where we said, hey, let's have you go reach out to other communities. Let's see if we can share the cost and then come back to us, And so maybe, for example, if they could go to Madison County and say, hey, will you cover half the cost?
So what is the scanner, the Faro?
It's for like investigation of the scene. And it's basically, it's like a camera system. We'll just call it that basically scans it all. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it goes. You map up the whole crime scene, where everything's at, and it shows kind of more realistic exactly where it is, and you go back and make that crime scene exactly.
So kind of like in real time.
But
Yeah.
they're borrowing, right? Isn't that what they said?
They what?
They've been borrowing one, right? Isn't that what they
I
said?
think so. Yeah, when they need it, I think they have didn't they say Bonneville County has one?
So.
And the state police has, and they bring the state police in, or the Bonneville or Idaho Falls.
But I do have a concern about the detective position.
Mhm.
I just want to say,
Yeah.
Because I talked to Josh about this, and I think he told me he talked to Colin too. So I don't know what his thoughts are after talking to Josh, but he feels like he has concerns about the detective position. And I guess to me, I feel like we're increasing our population, but we're not. I know because the money is hard to come up with, but I don't feel like we're keeping up with our police positions to match the population. And so, to me, I feel like that one's really important. And I don't know how I wasn't in the wastewater, so I don't know how we made the determination that one was more important. But, like, to me, the police are one of, like, the highest priorities because our community needs them. And when we were in those meetings and they went through what they need to do with the BYU Idaho devotionals and things like that, to me, I feel like they need that detective position.
Yeah, and I think that part of what I would say the message that the mayor and I would probably share with them is if there was a way internally to use the budget that they had and increase the number of people in that department, I mean, that would be the ideal thing, right? Do I know if there's a way to do that? No. Do the detectives have to be the ones that do the BYUI devotionals? I don't know that answer. Maybe there's a way to do that through community policing or another division and reduce that burden. And so I think that what we're saying is because of the financial position that we're in, we want them to kind of take a deeper look at, is there a way to maybe prioritize that with the money that they have, right, that's available? And maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But we're just kind of saying that financially increasing the budget that much is probably not something we can do or would recommend at this time. But if that priority is there, then maybe they can figure that out.
And I met with Matt on this. I have a concern with that too, and I brought it up several times with Matt, is that when we move a detective over to drugs and move a detective over to child sex crimes, we lose a detective. So I was worried about that too. I think Josh needs to come back and maybe say, hey, I got to have it because this and this and this. You talk about some funding coming in from a grant. Let's look at that. Can we get half of it paid for by a grant?
Yeah.
So I'd like to see that. I'm worried that we're undermining our police department if we just not give them something. And maybe it's not this year, but at least next year we need to step this up because we're increasing so rapidly. They're going to be buried more than they are now.
Yeah, and they had said, right, that they may be able to get a grant.
Yeah, but
And-
Josh said it was an ICE grant, and he doesn't know what requirements were. So he's
Right.
gonna follow through on
And,
that.
and I think, and I guess what I would say is, let's follow through on that. Let's see what that grant is. And then come back and let's see if, if that's $30,000-$40,000 a year and you guys are like, you know what, let's do this, then do a budget adjustment and approve it. But I think we need to go through that process.
I think it's prudent to go back to Josh and say, Josh, here, this is reality. We just don't have the money. If
Which I
you
did.
do your due diligence, you go out and then you come back and show us that we're gonna be in real deep trouble without that position, then because we got time, we'll relook at things. Maybe we can move things around a little bit, but I think it's good to put the ball in his court. Let him see what he can do internally, if anything, and if it just doesn't work, then come back to us and then we'll.
But can we hear that report before we start voting on this in our public meetings from Josh? That's like in a month, right? Could we hear before then?
So the only way you could do that is you would increase it now, and then you would increase the carryover on the revenue side. So if that's what you wanted to do, you could do that now. Or the other approach you can take is that you have them go back, look into all those things, and then they come back to you at the beginning of October and say, hey, we can't make it work. Here's what we found. This is what we need. And then you could do that same budget
So-
adjustment.
Why was wastewater chosen over the police department?
So wastewater is a little easier because they have a revenue source,
Okay.
right? And so they have a rate. You set a rate. And so we felt like it was okay to increase that because we could cover that in the rate. Unfortunately, I can't do that with the general fund. I'd love it if I could. It'd be great. But it was just because of the funding source, it was just not there.
So can that be made clear to Josh though, that if he feels like he can't function without it? and
Yeah,
he
I
just
think
wanna-
so.
And I don't know what you meant by the community policing, but I mean, like, as a mother with children in the public schools, I'm really happy that we have officers at the schools, so I wouldn't wanna take an officer
Oh,
out of a
yeah, and I'm not saying permanently take them out. I mean, I think he was only saying on that handout that it was about 120 hours that they do a year up at those.
Oh, yeah, but
BWI.
I mean, so you're saying you'd use someone just for that one part of what the detective? would
Yeah,
do?
I'm just
Like
saying,
why?
like, is it more important to have the detectives work on detective stuff, and it could another division cover up
Like
there?
DYUI.
I'm not saying I know that answer.
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay.
I'm not a
Like,
police
yeah,
officer.
'cause
I'm
to
just
me,
saying.
like, I want police officers in my children's schools.
No,
Like,
no.
That's a high priority to me.
Yeah, and I'm not saying take them out of the schools. I'm just saying, is there a way to prioritize that department over maybe a different department and allocate some of the resources here to there so they have what they need? And so that's
Yeah. And I mentioned this, Matt, they maybe could do it during the summer, but during the school year, I was over the community policing. I don't see them doing it during the school year. That'd be very tough, but maybe during the summer to alleviate that stress on them during the summer, maybe.
okay.
And there are
Well, let
professionals
me
for that.
talk with Josh, and I think what we do is just say, hey, Josh, you look at what you can, and within the budget we're allocating at this point, and then if you feel like we can't get there, you can't get the additional grant funding, et cetera, you can always come back to the city council in October. Maybe it delays it a month, right? From instead of hiring it in October, maybe you hire it in November. That saves us a month anyways. And so is that okay with that approach?
Yeah,
I'm
as
good
long
with
as he
that.
knows that.
Yeah, I'll chat with him.
I feel like we can't neglect the police to the point where we can't keep up with their population, so.
Yeah, I'll talk with him on it. And then you guys are welcome to talk to him as well. So, okay. All right. Ice rink. So that one also had the security cameras, was extremely high. So we ratcheted that down, and I think what we're saying is maybe we go down to 1 or 2 cameras, maybe we use some aftermarket ones as well. We're just saying find an alternative solution for now.
That's fine. Oh, can I ask one more question about the police though?
Yeah.
We left everything in for their dash cams, right, that we talked about in that meeting?
So we reduced, that's the one that, I'm just trying to find it. That was patrol. So it's the one up there that says small tools SWAT under police patrol on line 37. So we reduced the total down by 12.3. So they were asking for 157.3, and we reduced it to 145,000. And so we just said, hey, look for areas that you can save. Maybe not necessarily the video camera, but maybe there's other small tools, because there's certainly more than just the cameras in that budget. So, okay, ice rink. I already talked about the reduction for Zamboni. As you go down that list, there's a small one for Rexburg Rapids, not much, and then Romance Theater. So Jed wanted to remodel downstairs for a catering and rehearsal space. We took it out, $20,000 there. And then there was in the Romance Theater, if you flip it over, there was an $18,500 request for the 3 windows in the back. We've talked about this one for a couple years. We cut that down to 15,000, and we're also hopeful that he'll continue to apply for grants that can maybe help supplement that. And then we also cut out the chandeliers. He had 25,000 in there for the lighting, where basically, as you look up on the ceiling, I think there's 6 of them possibly. I can't remember. Did I write it here? 4 large, 4 small, so there's 8. Mm-hmm. We just said, hey, let's cut that out, look for grant opportunities at this point on that. And then they wanted to replace the TV marquees, 50 grand. We basically said there, use them till they're dead.
Well, they're getting close.
So, tabernacle remodel downstairs, I reduced it by 15,000, so from 300 to 285. That one, we're really saying don't start on until they raise more money anyways, and so they've got some money to raise. And so
So you're talking about the whole downstairs, not
just the bathroom.
just the
phase.
bathroom area, not the reception area.
No, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if we can do more than the bathroom for
Right.
300, yeah.
So the bathrooms are going to be a 300 is what you're estimating.
285 is what we're
285
moving it to.
for the bath,
Yeah.
just the bathrooms.
The hallway, basically,
Okay.
imagine coming down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
You make that right down to the bathrooms, just kind of finishing that so that people can use those as
Is
the main
that
bathroom.
providing a way for wheelchair access down there, or we're just going to have them use the bathroom
No,
upstairs?
so part of it is we would look at your upstairs bathrooms and potentially make
Changing
one of
that
those an
to-
ADA
Okay.
bathroom.
So, but you're saying they already have 170K from donations as
Yeah.
part of that 285?
Yeah, I'm projecting they'll carry over 170, with 100,000 of that being that grant from Eccles.
And so, but then they're gonna need that, you're saying that the rest of that would come out of the budget?
Yeah.
Cause
And-
that's another one I don't have a problem waiting on that either. I mean, to me, that's not a priority.
Yeah, and I think that's basically the message, right? That we're saying is you can only spend what you raised. And so if they come in and they're like, hey, Matt, we want to put this out to bid, we only have $170,000, I'll be like, great, see if you can do it for $170,000. But if it comes back at $500,000, I'll be like, looks like you got to keep raising money.
Okay, so you're
So-
saying a 0 from us, basically, and it's
Yeah.
all gonna be done.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. I mean, we're still subsidizing the building, right? But we're saying we're not going to subsidize that capital improvement.
Are we anticipating that the HVAC will bring down the cost of like the heating and things over there? I noticed like in the line budget that it was still like pretty high.
I was a little reluctant for sure to change
'Cause we
that
just don't
because AC, right? If you're running AC in the summer, that's
Okay.
pretty expensive. I mean, it's a difference between natural gas and power, right? Typically, natural gas is a cheaper source of,
Right.
or it's cheaper source, right? And so I was a little reluctant to change that until you really
Until we know.
go through a
Yeah.
summer.
Okay.
Okay, and then there's a couple trails. I didn't want to completely take that out, but I took it from $5,000 to $2,000. But trails has a very healthy reserve. We got plenty of money for the projects that are in there, and we included even that Steiner Park project using some of those funds. And so I feel like they're in good shape. And then keep in mind, we also put $30,000 from impact fees in there every year for those projects. And most of those trail projects are being 93% funded by FAA grants right now, or not FAA, but federal grants. So, and then I did this City Hall Police Reserve. I took it from 150 to 125, and then I dropped the contingency from 100 to 80. So now, if you look at down in the blue, So basically, after all these changes, we were 1.8 million short at 14.72%. We cut out $1,025,000 in expenses. We increased the revenues because of that park transfer, right? That $132,000 for that Porter Park project. And then we reduced, we had to reduce, increase, we increased the property tax projection. So as I got those numbers, and then I had to reduce the overhead rate just a little bit because I had to recalculate as we cut out things. So total carryover needed is 734.7. And then if you look down below, projected carryover at 27 is 20.81. And if you look all the way down, if you were to really be able to sell that pump house for 300,000, you would be at 22.31. So, any questions on that? No. Okay, I'm going to keep going because we'll run out of time. So this next one, I'm not going to spend time on unless you have a specific question on the department one, but I put it in there as a method for you to just kind of see what their 2-year change is with or without the cuts. But anyways, that one, I'm not going to, we could take a while on that one, so I'm going to skip it unless you have specific questions that come up. So next one is the personnel requests. So I just want to show you what those cost. So in the general fund, if we would have approved the IT position, you know, that was about 121,000. And so we said, pull that out. One thing to keep in mind with IT is, right, we talked about this overhead rate. So if you do hire an IT, there is some revenue source that comes back, right, from the overhead rate. It doesn't cover the full cost. But I still felt like we needed to not approve that for the same reason as the police as well. So police, as you look there, you see the priorities, like definitely the priority for them was detective, then patrol. Detective is about 135,000 in the first year. Patrol, you're looking at about 121,000, and then that parking attendant was about 93,000. Now, of course, they had factored in some increase if they did hire a parking person. The one thing I want to say as well is that patrol one is tough because we hired 3 patrol officers in the last 4 years, new ones, and we have a grant, and that grant stops in 2027 at the end of 2027. So we're already going to take $100,000 and something hit to the general fund in reduced revenue from that grant. And so I was like, I don't think you can afford to lose that revenue plus add another $125,000. And then there's
he's actively pursuing other grants
yeah,
to continue that, we're hoping.
yeah, I don't know if he is on the personnel other than the ICAC grant, right, for the detective position potentially, if he can get that, which would be awesome. Yeah, like if he can come back to us and say, hey, they approved $30,000 a year, that makes your decision a lot easier. There's the operator and training, so that's about 93,000 per year. So really pretty slim recommendations when it comes to adding personnel. All right, if you flip it over.
Really fast with
Yeah.
IT, like what was their, what's the need there, I guess?
So officially they felt like they needed what's called a technician, infrastructure technician.
Mm-hmm.
And they just felt like there was enough demand on all their other full-time employees that they needed someone pretty soon with that specialty. And I had the conversation with Todd. I mean, I was like, are you already kind of doing that with your existing employees? And yes, he is. But it was more of freeing up time for those employees to focus on other areas by having an infrastructure technician, right? But he was, I think he was okay with it, like I think he understood it. Now, he may come back next year and say, I need it now. But
So
But
this
we,
is somebody to help with like the streetlights and what infrastructure? are we
no,
talking?
no, not streetlights. No, it's strictly just everything IT, so database, infrastructure, connections, networks, those kind
Okay,
of things.
like server and,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. And so I think it was more of a need to, that they're spread thin, if you will,
Right, right.
and we need to free up some of their time.
Okay.
Okay, so if you flip it over, capital assets, I'm not going to go through every one, but I just give this to you so that you kind of have an idea. I put to the right what's supported by general revenues or the general fund. And granted, some of these expenses have been saved for. So like as you look at like Rexburg Rapids on the second page, 225,000. Well, that's definitely been paid for by the general fund, but it's been done by transferring money over many years, right, to build it up. And so it gives you an idea where those capital expenses are. So if you get to the last page, you can see it's a pretty substantial number, about $39 million in what we call capital assets. So, all right, let's jump into rates real quick. So Rexburg utility rates. So AIC came out with a study. They emailed it to me a few weeks ago. So I took their study. They had a few cautions. They said, number one, every city provides a different set of utilities to fit their residents' needs. So there's no one size fits all model. So, and then they were very clear that we advise you not to set your rates based on what other cities charge. By law, a city's utility rates must reflect the cost of operating their specific system, its unique needs, and future expansion and system upgrades. And setting rates based on what other cities charge can be a tragically costly decision. So really, you should follow your rate study, which of course we just went through. And as you look at this, we are one of the 11 Idaho cities that fall in that 15,000 to 50,000 range. And we're kind of on the upper tier of that, threshold of that. But 10 out of those 11 cities responded. So it was pretty good. You know, you had 91% response rate in our category. So if you flip it over to water on the next page, what they did, they didn't look at a large user. So they looked at a user of 5,000 gallons of water on a 3/4 inch meter. So this is like a typical resident that probably doesn't really have a yard, right? So these rates are at 2025. The rate that I'm going to show you at the end is if we were to adopt the 2027 rate that would happen in October. So you can see that the average rate for a 15,000 to 49,999 city is about $32.06. If we take our current rate, we're at $24.07. If we take our rate in October, we're at $29.82. So it just kind of gives you an idea of where we would be, which is still, what, $3 under that average. And so I think we're pretty reasonable place on water.
And
then-
that's the cost per year, right? Not,
That's the what?
that's the cost per year, the 29.
No, that's the cost per month. That'd be your monthly cost. Okay, everybody, that makes sense? And then, so kind of the same theory on wastewater. Wastewater was $55.61 in that category. This year in 2025, January, we changed that in January, we're currently at $47.48. After the study, if you guys adopt it, we'll be at $46.80. And I know that's lower, but we know that the average is closer to 23,000 gallons in our city because people water their lawns. And but we just wanted to show you the comparison to the way they did their study. So we were quite a bit lower than that average. Solid waste is a little different story. So I don't know why, but their study, they did it based on a 65-gallon trash bin. And I was like, doesn't everybody have a 90-gallon? But anyways, we have a 90-gallon, 38% bigger, right? And so just keep that in mind. we also provide recycling service as part of our trash service. So the average was $18.82. You'll see that if we adopt the rate in October, I'm just going to jump to the bottom, would be at $29.21. But if you take the recycling out, $20.81. So we're a little bit on the high side there. And we know why. The number one reason why is what your counties charge you for tipping fees. And we're a little on the high side compared to a lot of other counties. And so and there's not much you can do about that.
So without recycling, is that like, can people opt out of the
No, we're
recycling?
not,
Is
we're
that-
not giving them that option, but we've talked about doing some surveys and considering it, and we certainly could.
So it would still be lower if we just went strictly to garbage and no more recycling. It'd be lower, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, it would drop quite a bit. Now there would be some added cost because that would then be going to the transfer station, right, instead of the recycle bin.
I would need 2 cans at my house.
But that would add our revenue too, so we would take your money. So anyways, we did the scenario, and it's been several years since I've done it, but I think the first time I did the analysis, we would save, it was like 225 to 240,000 bucks a year, if I remember right, and that's been several years ago. And so I mean, it is no small number.
It seems to me like we were sold a bill of goods when, with the county and the new
Tipping.
landfill. I mean, I remember those discussions, and it was, we're gonna be able to save so much money by not going to Jefferson County. And I just, of course, you know.
Yeah, and
Costs keep going up.
long term, they may be right? Because they can control that cost going forward now, whereas you can't control that cost if you're going to Jefferson County. So, okay, I'm going to skip the next one. I'm going to go right to the beautiful colored Rexburg utility sample bill. So keep in mind that this comparison is from when we changed it last, which was January of this year, to if we change it in October. And the reason why I'm going through these is I actually won't be here on the public hearing next council, but Keith and Noah and others will be there that can answer questions. But this is what you're deciding in that meeting. And so the rate change for a typical resident would be about a $5.83 a month increase. So from January to October, right? And 4.3%. A typical apartment complex increase would be closer to 10%. And then a small business or a Rexburg business example with a small meter, 3/4 inch meter, would be about a 9.2% increase. And then keep in mind that the other thing that we're doing is we eventually want to go to the classes. So remember, we talked about multifamily, commercial, and residential. We can't do that right now until we go through a lot of programming and updating, and so we advertise that at the $1.15 on the volume rate. But as we incorporate that for commercial and multifamily, they will drop a little bit. And so these rates are a little high, but that's what's going to happen in the beginning, and then as we put those things in play, they'll start to save a little. So any questions on that one? Okay, so if you flip it over, I showed this to Colin earlier, and I was going to call it Twin Falls, and honestly, I didn't have time to. So as you look at this comparison, what this is this is a single family dwelling. What would they pay if they wanted to build a new residence, right? In impact and capacity fees. Now, these rates, I went and I looked, and all of these cities that are represented here, I would say that honestly, a majority of them probably haven't updated these rates for probably 3-4 years. Some of them did update them last year. And then the one on Twin Falls, I almost want to pull Twin Falls out because I need to give them a call. They show their sewer at 513. But I almost wonder if the reason why is I think they might have a regional sewer plant. And if that is the case, then it may be very well that you're paying 513 to the city for collection, but then probably paying an additional amount to the treatment side through the contractor. So I need to verify that, but with Twin Falls included, you can see the average impact fee is quite a bit higher than where we sit. So we're at 2610. Average comes in at 6,500, with Post Falls kind of being the crazy number, to be honest. It's super high. And then as you go down and you look at capacity fees, we are pretty close to the average. My guess is that we'll be at or lower if what I'm telling you about Twin Falls proves to be true. And you can see there once again, Post Falls is the biggest, one of the biggest. But even some of our neighbors, right? Pocatello's about 10,470. Idaho Falls was about 4,365. Chubbuck 5,600, and then some of these others are like cities like Provo. People, I don't know why, but developers oftentimes want us to compare to Provo and other university places because they're probably used to developing in those places. And so if you guys, and keep in mind that that's if you guys adopt these new capacity fees at $2,151 for sewer, $47.27 for water. So once again, I feel like if you take the total, it's not terrible. Now, we have not updated our impact fees for a while, and we will be bringing those to you in the fall, probably I'm guessing.
These are based on any size single-family dwelling.
Yeah.
From a tiny home to a half-acre lot.
Yeah.
Same fees.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yep. Because typically they all have the smallest meter anyways.
Yeah.
And so, and that's why sometimes when people come in and they're like, "Hey, I really want to get a 1-inch meter," and it's like, I don't think you do, because that's that whole conversation we had about being able to hit the peaks. If somebody has a 1-inch meter, then that means we have to be able to provide the volume for a 1-inch meter. And so there's an added cost because that means we have to have more water in storage. We have to be able to pump more water to be in storage, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why that base rate is higher. Okay, so the next one's just simply it's just the graph. It's the same numbers, but a graph. Okay, I do want to show you, I almost elected not to show you this just because we don't have impact fees done, but I'm going to show you anyways. So single family, if you guys adopt these changes for capacity fees, you're going to go up about 37%, about $2,600. Okay. If you flip it over, then you get into the multifamily. Multifamily is not quite as bad, and that one is, it would be about a 15% increase or $425 per unit. But then when you look at dormitory, which is on the right side, remember we do dormitory by the bed. So the increase would be about 10.3% or $109 per bed.
What page are you on?
This
Sorry.
page right there.
Okay, I think I,
This one, sorry.
Let me just flip it back here just to make sure.
I was going quick.
I don't know.
These comparisons you showed us are based on the newly
This one?
not yet adopted
Yeah, it's this next
rates,
Okay.
right?
one. Oh, no, it's the last one. So I'm on that.
Okay, sorry.
Right. The
Yeah,
comparisons
yes,
are based
I
on the-
included if you adopt.
if we adopt it. Okay,
Yeah, that's correct.
makes sense.
Yeah, and keep in mind that they may adopt changes as well, right? Because I'm using their old numbers.
So,
Did you talk about the single family one on here that I missed? When
yeah, I went quick. Let's pull it back though. I can pull it up. You're talking about this.
The increase that says like 96.7%. I'm just confused about it.
Oh yeah, I can go through that. So what it is water. If you guys adopt the fees, which are going to be on that public hearing, So we have that public hearing on, is it the 1st of July, Deborah? I think it's,
Of the stuff we talked about at that work meeting.
yes. So if you guys adopt that capacity fee for a single family residence, it's gonna go from 2403 to 4727, which is a 97% increase in water, right? And then the capacity fee for sewer would be about a 15% increase. So overall, and this is what, this is what the developers care about, is just give me the overall, it's gonna go up about 38%. Does that make sense?
Capacity fees, right, not the utility fee.
Right.
Yeah, just capacity. These are not your monthly fees. These are only to buy, it's basically to buy in, right, to our system.
And so when we had that work meeting,
Mhm.
the reason we didn't see that 90, I don't remember like something as shocking as the 96%, but that's probably because we were just looking at the total, right?
You were just looking at the recommended rate. We were not comparing it to the existing
Okay,
rate.
that's
And
why.
so,
I'm like,
so
wow.
I wanted to show you the existing compared, right?
Okay.
So yeah, it is a big increase, but as you saw on that comparison sheet, water is typically substantially more expensive. And I think that, cause right here, right, you saw, am I saying that right? Yeah, not substantially, but it's more expensive than sewer typically for connection fee. And so anyways, make sense?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, any questions on the single family or multifamily or dormitory? Okay, the last one is commercial and industrial, so there's 2 pages there. So remember, we have both rates, and the only reason why we have both rates is because we do impact fees. They're a little different for police and fire based on institutional and commercial. So this one's a little tough. It's a really hard comparison to give you because there is just a wide swath of how these rates change, particularly for impact fees for streets based on the use, right? Like if it's a car wash, it's going to be totally different than if you said it's a business building, right? And so what I did is I just kind of said, hey, I'm going to give you a general office building example at 1,000 square feet. So pretty small office building. That's probably going to go up about 9.1% on the capacity fee, right? And then impact fees, of course, wouldn't change. But, I'm sorry. I did the wrong rate. It's about a 61% increase. Get that right, sorry. Now, the gallons per day rate is a 9% increase. And that's because if you look at the gallons per day, you're going to go from $1.33 to $2.59. And that's a big deal for a big user of water, right? It's going to cost them more in those capacity fees for water. And then for sewer, the rate actually drops from 11 to 10.86 that you see there. And so, yeah, as I mentioned before, like it depends on the use and how much they're using. Commercials, you have to just take it case by case. That's all you can do. And then institutional is kind of the same thing. It's almost a repeat, but the little bit different percentages just because the rates are slightly different for police and fire. Okay.
You just use that as a comparison.
Does that help? Does that help you guys kind of understand where we were and where we're going though? If we adopt those? Okay. All right. So the next one is, I don't want to get too in the weeds on this, but I just wanted to include the process that you can kind of see the process we go through for charging overhead. And, I mean, when you look at some of these overhead departments, some of them are a little tough, right? Because, you look at like economic development, right? Well, there's a cost to economic development, but should I be charging that to the golf course? They would probably say no. Then there's one that's like legal services. Well, that one's pretty obvious, right? That's should be covered. Same thing with finance, same thing with HR, same thing with IT, in my opinion. And so there's a couple things that you guys just have to keep understand is that just because we calculate the rate doesn't mean that we necessarily charge the full rate. And so as you go down where that green is, you can see what we do is we pull in those operating budgets. So here's the people we charge overhead to, right? So it starts at streets. You can see the utilities there, and then it goes all the way down to the building department, right? Well, if you look out to the right, this is where we have kind of these political battles, I'll call them. So if you look at the actual second from right, you look at Golf, Teton Lakes, and Golf Legacy. Well, when I calculate their overhead, if I include everything but, so if I include this overhead, let's just put it that way, you're close to $200,000, right? That I could potentially charge them. But we don't. We charge them, if you go over there and look, we charge them $52,000 plus $11,000, so $63,000. So we really are kind of discounting that in a way. But I can tell you every golf meeting that I go to that's a budget meeting and the county says, you're charging us $63,000 to do what? And it's like, well, I should actually be charging you $200,000. But so that's just something that I want you to understand, that there's some give and take. The other one is fire is a big difference. So fire has come out basically. So we're only showing about 5,000 in the budget because we're essentially going to be doing very little for them next year. And then the other big one that I started the conversation with this year is GIS. So as you think about GIS, we have a joint partnership with the county where we basically take the full expense minus the whole $600 revenue they bring in. We divide it in half and we each pay our share, right? Well, the argument I made this year is I said, we've been giving away $80,000 a year for overhead. And, their response was, well, we do things too, like maybe we need to take a deeper look at this. And I'm like, well, you don't do payroll and you don't do HR. And to me, it was like saying, you sure you want to take it over for 20 grand? And I'm not saying we want to go there, but I started that conversation with them. I talked to Commissioner Smith and I said, hey, let's continue to have these conversations because I think it is very fair that the city collect some of that overhead rate back. Because if you don't, it just puts that much more strain on your general fund. And so I want you guys to just be aware of that process and that some of those things become more political questions than anything. So if you flip it over to page 2, I just want to show you on the GIS overhead charge. What I did is I actually, originally in the budget meeting, I said I was going to charge 25%. Well, I decided to charge 50%. And I did not charge the county, but I had the city cover their half of that overhead rate through our regular overhead process.
Half?
The what?
County's half?
The city's half. And so I just want you to be aware that that's a topic that I have on their radar and I think we need to talk about. And so I think it's fair.
Okay.
So, okay. The next one, I'm not going to go through it, but these are just, gives you an idea of the Madison County joint ventures, things that we do with them, right? And I give that to them every year just so they know how to budget those respective amounts. So I'll get back to them because some of those amounts have changed since our department meetings, and I'll give those to them. Okay, statement of understanding, budget management. This is, the only thing I did here is I changed the language under capital purchases to reflect the new purchasing policy that we adopted like a month ago. So basically what I'm saying is that if there's expenditures, shortfalls. So for example, if we hit a recession and we're like, hey, we're going to lose $1 million in sales tax, well, we're going to have to go back to some of these departments and make some decisions to cut back. Capital purchases, there's a process where it has to come to you if it's over the 250 because we have to go through the whole procurement process and you need to approve it, and et cetera, et cetera. Hiring of positions, we're basically saying, hey, if a position vacates, meaning somebody retires or terminates, whatever it is, that the mayor can, go say, hey, let's get that out. Let's rehire that position. Then we will come and report to you guys those changes. But we won't give power and authority to the mayor to say, we're going to add a new full-time position. You have to have that authority to approve that. Does that make sense? So, and then
That changed.
the only thing I changed was that procurement 250,000 amount from the prior year.
Because what was it before?
I think it was 100 if I remember right.
Yeah, I thought it was a lot. And so why did you?
It was
up
that, it was that resolution that we just passed, like.
State
couple-
Yeah, because the state raised it from 100 to 250.
Oh, it was probably the meeting I was gone. Was it when I
Yeah.
was gone? Yeah.
And we raised our whole policy. And so we don't, like, for example, we don't require people to get bids if it's under 10,000 now. So things like that. Okay, so this last one, we're gonna finish on time? Pretty close. So this last one is really what I would put in the newspaper. And so we would put it in the newspaper twice. Public hearing would be on July 15th, which is already on their tax notices that it's here at City Hall on July 15th. And then we are required by law, we have to show the revenue for property tax. But other than that, you'll just see a revenue and expense for all the respective funds that we just kind of covered. And then if you go to the last page, you know, that's where we get that 95, 281, 200. So that would be it. And so, I mean, unless you have further questions, I'm just basically looking for, are you comfortable to move forward with publishing it in that manner and having a public hearing? And then you will have the opportunity to read the ordinance. You can change it. You cannot increase it. And so if you guys feel like you need to have something in there right now, we need to change it right now. Unless you want to do another public hearing, which we've had to do before. I try to avoid it. But anyways, that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah, my only thing is what I already said, that detective position, I'd be really comfortable putting that in, but if no one else agrees, then I guess we wait till see what Josh says and do a budget adjustment.
It's up to you guys. That's how you
I
want to
mean,
do
that's
it.
where I'm at. I'd like to see Josh relook it and see what he can do. If he can't, you know, then we'll step up and.
And then are you good to address it with a budget amendment in October? So I mean, it defers it a little bit, right? Everybody okay with that? Okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Well, I'll chat with him, and that will give him an opportunity to kind of look at ways that they might be able to move some things around internally, and then maybe he comes back with a different cost proposal, right? So,
Well, from my point of view, Matt, nobody enjoys this process. You know, it's just not fun. But it makes it doable when all the work that you and all the department heads have done to make this all come together. So hats off to you. Thanks.
So much.
yeah, no problem.
So many.
I actually like it. It's one of the responsibilities I like, so I just want to put that on the record. So, okay, well, that's how we'll move forward. Appreciate it. And
Okay.
we probably should have you just do we have an action item though? Maybe we don't. Okay, that's okay. Well, that's fine, because you will make it formal by adoption of an ordinance, right? So you've got a process to do that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, can you give her open prayer?
Yeah.
Recording stopped. She's like, "What do you guys need? Do you need meals?" And at first she
Recording in progress.
Okay, we ready?
You're good to go.
Okay. Well, welcome, everyone to our city council meeting this evening, June 17th, 2026. Appreciate all of your being here. We've just concluded a work meeting with our chief financial officer, who's steered us expertly through our 2027 budget. And it's been a big job, but we're nearing the end of that process. So we would like to begin this meeting with a word of prayer, as is our habit. And we've asked Councilman Riggins to offer that prayer. Following that, councilperson, what is it,
Council member.
Council member Tejan will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Father in heaven, we're grateful for this opportunity to meet together as friends, neighbors, as a city council. Grateful for the opportunity that we have to live in this beautiful place. We're grateful to be surrounded by so many good people. We ask you to bless us as we meet together tonight, that we may be able to listen carefully, be able to respond wisely, that we may be able to be guided and directed by the Spirit in all that we do. We love thee, we're grateful for thee. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
Please stand.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll have a roll call, council members. Just for your information, Mayor Merrill is out of town tonight, and he's asked that I conduct tonight's meeting as council president. We have council member Colin Erickson on
Zoom.
Zoom, listening in. He'll be participating in the meeting. And council member Reeser is excused. He's in Germany, I believe. So he'll be excused. Go ahead.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Tejan.
Here.
Councilmember Riggins.
Here.
Councilmember Colin Erickson.
Here.
Council President Eric Erickson.
Here. Okay. I think that's all of us. Okay, we'd like to begin our meeting with welcoming a couple of new employees to the group. Is it on? Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. We'll welcome a couple of new employees. Brandon Smith, new to the HR department. He's got some big shoes to fill. And then Christina Gilman in the Planning and Zoning Department. So Brandon, if you'd like to take a moment, come to the dais and just kind of give us a brief introduction.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Brandon Smith. I don't know if this is on. So HR director. I've been here about a week. So luckily, Terry was very gracious, and she's going to spend the next few weeks still employed. So we're going to have a great transition. She's already taught me a lot in a week. I've been out, met with a bunch of different departments. So it's been really cool and refreshing to meet a bunch of employees and just kind of see their dedication to the city. I came from kind of the private sector, so I worked at a local bank for about 18 years. 15 of those was in HR. So I got a bunch of HR experience, and I'm really excited and looking forward to continuing my career here at the city. On a personal note, married, got 4 kids. If I'm not watching their sports, I'm coaching their sports. So that's just what I love to do, and forever ago got started in it, and it's just kind of kept with me. So yeah, just a little bit about me.
Great.
Are you
Thank
from
you.
the area, Brandon?
Yeah, I grew up in Idaho Falls.
Okay.
Yeah, so went to school here in Rexburg College quite a few years ago, but yeah, so definitely familiar with the area for sure. Love it here. Really, after graduated, moved away. Didn't spend that long away. Came back to want to raise my family, and so been here ever since.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome. And Christina, if you could introduce yourself to us.
My name's Christine Gilman, and I just started on Monday, so it's only been a few days. Learning all about public works. I'm sorry, not public works, planning and zoning. Wrong department. I only lived in Idaho Falls since February when I got married. So my previous position, I worked for the city of Eagle, Boise area. Worked there for about 8 years in Parks and Rec. So it's definitely a transition, learning different things. I don't have any kids, and we just love to go camping, and this is all new, but it's exciting.
Great. Well, we're excited to have you with us, helping us navigate the growth of Rexburg.
Yes.
And so thank you for your willingness. Okay. We'll go to item number 5 on the agenda. That is a public hearing. This public hearing is to vacate a portion of the Sky Meadows plat of the city of Rexburg at 1228 Stone Drive. And this action will be designated as ordinance number 1348 if the motion passes and considered first read. So Alan, from our planning and zoning commissioner, if you'd take us through this. I guess technically we've got to open public hearing at this point, so we'll open this public hearing.
We're just getting the map up so we can show you where.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Council President, council members. What has happened here is in this situation, we're looking at this area right here. And this is part of the whole Sky Meadows subdivision. They've completed that first part of it, and they're now coming in and going, we want to make modifications to it. Recently, just a little while ago, they had this rezoned LDR2, you guys were aware of that. One of the things that the person that's looking at purchasing that, this one ran onto a neighbor's property. They had signed on the plat that they were okay with that, but now they have decided to not be involved. So they would like to vacate this because these are public roads and it's already dedicated to the city, that they need to be vacated so they can come in and redesign this to fit within those parameters better. And so that's what they're asking you to do tonight.
Vacate the whole thing.
Just vacate it, takes it away, and then they will submit a whole new application for a new subdivision to go in there. So that's what they are asking for.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Parkinson?
Do we have, input from anyone in the area? Do they care?
We have not had any correspondence on this, and so, but it isn't a public hearing.
It is.
Oh, it's a public hearing, sorry, my mistake. So, yeah,
Okay.
but we have not received any correspondence at this point.
So,
Okay.
You
You
would,
can
Thank
open
you.
it and get the input.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we will, thank you. We will then go to the public input portion of our hearing. Those, we'll first ask those who would be in favor of this action to come forward and express themselves. Then those who are neutral to the proposal, and then those who are not in favor, opposed to the changes. So, is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this proposal? Yes, please. If you'd like to come to the dais here. State your name and your address for us, please.
My name is Jordan Charrington, and my address is 1227 Stone Drive. And I'm in favor of the vacation of this plat. Just a couple of months ago, the Planning and Zoning Committee decided to rezone the remaining part of the undeveloped subdivision. And that was met with overwhelming support from several members or owners, property owners on Stone Drive. And I think it will be well make sense that the farmer is taking back that portion that actually was initially decided to give to the city, and the current plat doesn't allow for the full capacity that a LDR2 zoning would allow for.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else in favor of this proposal? Okay. Anyone in the neutral position? Yes.
Can I read a message from someone else on the street?
I think so. Can she? I don't know. Spencer, can she do that?
Please just put, so, just from, so that.
I just submitted. So basically, you'll be
Okay, so he's unable to make the meeting. It's Jason Hunt, also lives on Stone Drive. He lives on that upper part. So it's actually the south across from the south, like the north, but the south part of it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, his hopes and concerns are he hopes that there will still be some larger lots, so there's less digging. He's wants Pole Line Road traffic to be considered, and we need a walking path along Pole Line for safety, which I believe is in the development agreement. He's hoping for some level of covenants. We currently have covenants, and I guess I'm not sure if those will go away. And then he likes his view of the temple, and he'd like to keep that.
Okay.
Can I just ask you, did he say whether he was in favor or was he in favor of what this meeting's about, which is to vacate what's already planned?
Yeah, so I've talked to him a few times, and he's been pretty neutral. He hasn't expressed major concern, except I know that he really likes his view. And I know that he has trouble with his irrigation, or irrigating his grass. And so there's a water station, I think, planned that the developer will have to put in, and I think that will help him. But yeah, I think his concern is maybe the traffic, so he's a little bit neutral.
So his concerns will be addressed as a new plat comes forward, right?
As well, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in favor or neutral to this? See none. Anyone opposed to this proposal? Yes.
I'm Ashley Griffin, and I live at 1366 Stone Drive, so right at the beginning of that corporate court area. I don't know that I can say I'm opposed. I need more information before I can officially oppose. Can I ask, is this map, is this what it currently stands as? So
It's what it was.
This is what it is
going to be.
or
That's
last
the
year? Was that
that's the
last
current plat, I believe.
year? This is the current plat, and are these, this is the original Sky Meadows? So.
No, this was the
Alan's
amended.
saying-
No, this is the original.
Oh, this is the original.
Yeah,
The current.
back in 2007 or 8.
Oh,
Okay, so
okay.
this is
This
the
is
original
the
Sky
original
Meadows.
plat, nothing's been changed
Okay.
yet.
Okay,
Later on in this meeting, there is an amendment for the part of the plat.
okay, so even if we might not oppose the vacation of this current one, we can possibly oppose the next.
The new plat does not have a public hearing.
I don't think there's a
We
public
don't.
hearing.
So if we vacate this, is this automatically going to the new?
They will have to submit to staff, meet the requirements, present the public P and Z, then they will either recommend approval or denial to city council, who will then review it and decide whether to approve or not.
And there will be a public hearing on that plat, on the replat, the new plat?
However, they can attend,
Attend the meetings,
so planning and zoning.
but it's not a public hearing.
Oh, will they not have a public hearing though?
Plats do not require a public hearing. That's statutory.
So when will the citizens in that area have an opportunity to speak?
They won't. Other than visiting, well, and they can't visit with you guys either prior to the meeting. So they do not get the opportunity to. And here's the thing, you've got to look at it similar to a zone. If my zone is approved and I'm in a place, I don't have to go through a public meeting to put my house on and ask permission. Platting is allowed as long as they stay within the parameters of the zoning, what infrastructure is required, what road requirements, all of those different things. You're just making sure they meet those requirements moving forward.
Alan, is your mic on by chance?
It is now.
Oh, okay. I was like, I'm having a hard time hearing. Maybe it's just me.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. So that's how you've got to look at that plating process.
Okay.
So as the neighborhood, as the homeowners in Sky Meadows, what exactly are our options if it's like this gets vacated and then they want to put in a bunch of small duplexes? Like,
Well, and
our neighborhood doesn't want that.
that's the challenge you run into because the zoning allows duplexes or twin homes. So your only option at this point is try to contact the developer and just find out what they're doing and how they're going about it and if it fits what you want to see happen. But that's stuff that all has to be decided with a zone change, and that's already happened.
Okay, so this is just more informational.
It is informational, but it's also the legal statutes that we have to go through because those roads were dedicated to the city. Before they can modify them, we basically hand it back to them and say, we no longer own it, control it. Now you go ahead and design what you want to, and then they will rededicate the new roads and the plat of where it needs to be and what's going on.
Okay, well, I think those answer my questions, which I mostly only had questions.
Can I say
Okay.
one thing, just because I hope residents, Lauren, I know it's so confusing, but we changed the zone a while back, and that's when you would have had the opportunity to share about this. And so I know it's really confusing, but that already happened. And so now it's already zoned to have duplexes, so.
Okay. Is there, yes, if you, thank you.
Christine Benyon, just for more informational for the people who have never gone through this process, which we see a ton in our area, 295 Shoshone Avenue. What developers will often do is come in and change the zoning and say, oh, it's not a big deal. We just want to change the zoning, when they have very big plans to completely change everything. So it's got to happen at the zoning. Like, you have to be on top of it, and you have to stop it.
Excuse me, we've got to keep our remarks strictly on the vacation.
This is what I'm saying with this. I would oppose it. I would oppose them changing the plat at all. Because if this vacates and allows them to restructure it so that they can put in duplexes because of the new zoning, then I would say don't vacate it. Let it stay exactly as it is. I would oppose it because I can guarantee you that most of the people in there, even though they're not in here, I don't know how many of them even knew about the rezoning, because that's happened in our area several times. Lots of rezoning, people aren't given the opportunity to actually ever be informed unless somebody in their area is informed and telling them that this is happening. And most likely, they're probably gonna have tons of apartments in there. I think if you went and asked all of those people, hey, we're probably gonna have lots of duplexes in here, they would probably be opposed to that. So I think it's important to inform the public that when you change the zoning like this, it's already been zoned, there's nothing that can be done other than, hey, maybe planning and zoning, I don't know if you're allowed to rezone it back to what it was. It went from what, RD1? What did it go to? LDR1 part of it, LDR1 to
Again,
LDR.
I've got to bring you back to the
Right, so I would just say that I would be opposed to this, just for the sake of the people who are in that
and
area.
you had an opportunity to oppose it when we asked for those who oppose.
Yeah.
So now it's those who, well, no, excuse me, we're at opposition. I'm sorry, thank you. I'm sorry,
That's okay,
my
problem.
fault.
No problem. So I would just say, in behalf of those people who haven't been rightly informed and don't really understand what's going on, I would oppose on their behalf, just because
Okay.
I don't really think they understand what they're getting themselves into.
Okay, thank you.
Just quickly,
Yes.
I see. I understand.
there are specific notice requirements that any public hearing, any planning and zoning action requires by state statute. We adhere strictly to those notice requirements and those posting requirements. If we're a day short, we push it back. We never test the boundaries on those posting limits. And then again, anybody who's reviewed any planning and zoning minutes recently will see me not yelling, but reminding everybody on every single zone change that we are considering the zone and not the specific plan. And again, it's statements like that, comments like that, that's why it's important to always, if a developer comes in and says, well, this is my plan, you have to consider the greatest density or what they can do within that zone, because they're not bound by some informal plan at the beginning. And that's why we remind commissioners and city council members to focus on land use and not specific projects.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Is there anyone else opposed to this? Thank you.
So I appreciate Mrs. Benyon's comments. As someone who does not know what's going on, I think it'd be a good idea for me to stand up and make a fool of myself right now. I have not been following.
Name and address.
Sorry, I was arriving there. My name is Joe Griffin. I live at 1366 Stone Drive.
Okay.
And with no acrimony, I would submit an objection to the vacation of the plat. Simply, I think this may be the horse is already out of the barn. Seems like it. Again, I'm late coming to the meeting where an objection may actually have some purchase. But I think there's a few reasons for multiple residents in that area. One, I don't think the argument about property value holds up very well. It's been shown that duplex housing does not necessarily decrease property value for neighbors. It's more of an aesthetic complaint, I guess, in terms of just the uniformity of the neighborhood, increased traffic, and sort of more of an itinerant sort of neighborhood. It's been shown that duplex ownership in Idaho hovers around 15% of occupancy by the owner. So this would be, less of a community feeling in the area. So I just wanted to, again, I don't know if this is a moot point at this moment, but offer an objection. I did have a question. I was wondering if one of the zoning folks could answer. When it's part of an existing plat is rezoned, where is that expressed or registered as a public instrument? I was reading, or as an amendment or a variance or something. I'm not sure where we find those, because I was looking through the records. I couldn't find it.
Well, we'd have to have legal answer that one for you, because I'm not sure.
Mic drop.
How goes that?
It showed that I was not touching it. No.
Not your fault. Now that's a serious mic drop.
Anyhow.
I know some of that would have to be illegal. I know what we're doing meets the statutes of coming in, and they're basically, this is what's considered a second or third phase, depending on how they want to break it up. So it's been platted, but they have not done the infrastructure yet. So this creates that opportunity for them to come in and vacate and come in with a modified one to replace that with all of the correct paperwork to do so.
Okay. Anyhow, I'll leave before I.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else in opposition? Yes, please.
Ask her. Do I have to come up?
Sure.
I guess with the new switch of if it is opposed, they would have to get new roads, right?
Name and address, please.
Name and address, please. Yes, thank you.
Pierce, 1354 Clover Court.
Okay.
But if they vacate it, they would have to get new roads.
Yes, that would be a requirement, and there's things that we would require as a city that they have to do for roadways. Certain widths they have to put in. They have to have no more than 2 stacks. So you see in some of these where there's 2 rows of houses and then a road, things like that. That our statute says you have to do this, and that's what staff will review, and they will build to those standards. But new roads will be designed and built into all of that.
Does the developer do that part, or does
It's all the developer.
everything? Does the developer have people, because that Stone Drive corner that goes from that top to the bottom, where I sit is in that cul-de-sac. It's a blind corner.
Yeah.
It is completely blind, especially with snow piled up into that section, and to have more traffic and all that stuff added to it. Do they even think of that kind of stuff?
They don't have any responsibility for that part of it. They're just responsible for the section that they are building. Because it's probably not going to be the same developer that did Sky Meadows. We don't know for sure who. We have some people talking to us. They have permission to make this change, but I don't know if there's been a land transfer yet or not.
Well, the developer who did Sky Meadows did not do a great job to begin with putting in the houses and all that. It's very mosh posh, but that corner, it is literally a matter of time before a child gets hit. Not an adult, a child.
Yeah.
And more of that safety issues, that is more my biggest concern with this whole thing, that I don't think is being considered because it's a developer. And to me, it's more money than the humanity of the people that are actually living there right now.
Yeah.
They will have to meet traffic standards. They'll end up probably doing a traffic impact study. Just depends on the number of units they put in there, which will then look at all of those aspects of it. And if they create a challenge somewhere else than in there, they will be held responsible for their portion of the modifications if it's required.
What does that mean?
That means that if they come in and says, oh, we've got to modify this corner because a lot more traffic's coming through, they look at it proportionally, say, well, there's a certain amount of Sky Meadows already built out. They have their share of it. Founders are going to have a portion of it because they actually access through there, and they will have a portion. So there's a calculation they use to say, here's your responsibility.
But the developer will take that.
It depends on how that all works out. With the traffic impact study would guide us down that pathway.
Would it be guaranteed that they would have a traffic study thing?
That's up to, it's going to be, we haven't seen any plans yet, so we don't know the number of units. And there's a certain number that triggers a traffic impact study.
But what if they're like a unit short?
Then they don't have to.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. And I appreciate all of the concern. It's just the reality is that I'm afraid most of your concerns were addressed at the time of the zone change, which happened a couple of months ago. So we're here to just focus on the vacation of this property, so a new plat, I guess, can be developed. And so is there anyone else in opposition to this proposal? Okay. Is there anyone online that would like to?
I heard beeping.
No. I don't see anybody
Okay.
online.
Well, we'll close then the public input portion of the hearing and discuss this proposal. Council members?
I just had a question. I don't know who it's for, but could some of these things that they're worried about be addressed by the HOA, like the covenant, like if they like the way it looks and like their covenants, can they put that into place a little bit, like so that the aesthetic and all of that will?
Existing or the one we're vacating?
The one that we're vacating can.
Well, basically, when you vacate it, then
And the
depending
HOA
on how they
starts
do
all
it,
over, or-
yeah, that's all a matter of we don't know how that's going to do, if they're going to modify the HOA.
Okay.
And so it just takes that portion, and there'll be a new one, or whether they'll use this one and add that to it. We have none of that information at this point.
So the HOA that's there for the existing homes it's not a qualifier for this land, this
It's
area.
not a decision point for what you're doing.
Right.
Yeah, that's the way I'd look at it, because the HOA may or may not be involved with this, and this may be a completely new plat,
development.
completely separate.
Okay. That's what I was,
on their
if it was a new development.
We don't know at this point
Okay.
whether it's going to be an extension
Okay.
or part of it.
All right, thank you.
So Alan, a question. So this process then, there was a zone change, and now we're vacating a previous plat that was platted before the zone change.
Correct.
And then they will come back with another plat.
Correct.
That will comply with the LDR 2.
Correct.
This complies with LDR 1, correct? With
Now,
what we're seeing here?
Keep in mind, up there on that wind song, there's that 2 lines there. That is already LDR 2. That was prior to the zone change.
Okay.
So it was from that point back that we actually changed to LDR2.
Okay.
So, yes, they will have to comply to the LDR2, plus on top of that, all the infrastructure requirements
Right.
that are going into
But
that.
at that point, since it complies with will comply with the zone change.
Yes.
It's a administrative.
No, it still comes back to P&Z and City Council to accept that plat. Because basically, you're reviewing it to say, have you met the requirements, staff? Have you made sure they're doing what they need to? Because you're accepting those dedications as City Council. That's your final deal. Because once it's accepted by you and turned over to the city is now responsible to maintain and upkeep that.
And but it's not a new discussion about densities or anything. It's
No.
just whether it complies with
Does the plat meet the requirements?
Is there infrastructure already there? Roads?
No, there's
not. It's
there's
just
nothing
It's just
there
an
at this
empty.
point.
Okay.
And can I ask a question?
Yeah, you bet.
So Alan, the reason this is a public hearing is because in the plat, they had already given right of way to the city. Is that right? Because we don't typically have public hearings on plats. And so I think that's something I hope residents understand, because for us, we have our scope has to be limited to what's right in front of us. This is really about, are we okay with them giving us back what they had, because they're going to redo it and then they're going to bring us something else. And so that's all we're dealing with here. Right. And I think that's really important for everyone to understand, because we aren't here to make all these other decisions. Those were made already. Yeah. And so I don't want residents to think we're not listening to them, but this really is because they had given the city right of way for the roads, and now they're giving it back to us. Yeah, that's all we're voting on here.
Yeah, because you have ownership right now, and you're basically giving that ownership up.
Yeah, and whenever we have an exchange of ownership, that's when we have the public hearings, and so that's why we're doing it.
Yeah, very good point. Thank you.
Yes.
And
Yes.
can I say something?
You bet.
And one thing we have to look at too, the landowner to the east doesn't want to be in the plat that's right now. He wants to be out of that. So we need to look at that also.
Right.
Yes, that is correct. The landowner east of it, the little jog out goes on to neighboring property. For some reason, I don't know why, he come back and says, I don't want this on there. I don't know how it got on there. And I'm going, I don't either, but you signed the plat, so. So anyways, he does want that straightened out. He has his own plans for what he wants to do in the future.
Okay, Councilman.
You know, if this is, if this was out in the middle of nowhere without any houses around it, without an original developer, who, was developing this area in a certain way, I'd say let's go for it. My concern here is the same concern I've had for others. Is we got to get people to talk to each other. The whoever's purchasing that land from the original developer needs to communicate with the neighbors. They need to sit down and say, look, this is what we're thinking about buying this property, and we've bought this property, now and this is what we're intended to do. Let's talk about it. But allowing people to be in absolute ignorance, it's not only not right, it's not communal, and so I have to make a decision here on something that says, yeah, I'm just going to throw all those neighbors under the bus. They have no say, and so I say no. I'm not. I'm not going to vacate this until whoever owns this has the decency to meet with the neighbors and to say, hey, this is what we're doing.
So I think, if I may.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
I think there's a distinction that I have to put on the record between what we would prefer them do and what we can legally require them to do. And to legally require them to communicate with those individuals as a basis for denial isn't legally defensible. I can't tell you how to vote, but I can tell you when I can defend it. And so, again, as to Council Member Johnson's point, we have parameters here. And so the parameters in which we are viewing this is not through the zone change, which again, I don't think we work in a perfect system with notice and with public hearings sometimes. I think we do the best we can with the laws that are given to us by the state. But again, that opportunity, we're mixing apples and oranges here. This is a vacation of a plat. So again, I would just advise you as to a denial of a vacation of a plat, meaning that you would have to go and speak to homeowners first, wouldn't be legally defensible. Again, if those parameters you place, and again, this isn't my opinion, I call balls and strikes under Idaho statute. And so Idaho Code 501306A, subsection 3, when the procedures set forth herein have been fulfilled, the city council may grant the request to vacate with such restrictions as they deem necessary in the public interest. Now, the initial reading of that saying, well, I think this is within the public interest to make them go and talk with these individuals. I would say that to limit or to say, hey, we want them comfortable with a plat that has housing that is allotted and allowed now under this new zone. Again, I think that from any legal review to say that now you have to add, because again, we speak of developers kind of in this generic fashion. The law looks at them as property owners and they have individual property rights. And so they made application to make that zone change. Then to essentially move the goalposts at a later time with them, it just puts you in a legal precarious legally, or a situation that, again, vulnerable from a regulatory taking standpoint. And again, that's a whole other analysis, and I get tired of hearing myself talk.
So may I?
Please.
What we're doing to them though is moving their goalposts too, right? So I purchased a home there. I purchased it with the idea that the other homes that will be built around me will be at a certain standard, will be at a certain so on. And then we say, oh, now we're going to move we're going to move the goalpost. So we do it to them. We do it to the developers, right?
We get sued by both sides.
Yeah. So
I mean, again, we have to do it within the parameters of the law. And so I would say this to anybody who was to say, hey, you're moving the goalposts on me. Legally, we haven't moved the goalposts on.
Yeah. No, and
but there is a big distinction between, again, as I started what I said, there's a distinction between what we would prefer, what we hope people would do, and what we can legally require them to do. There's that line between legal and even if you say moral or ethical, things like that. That's out of my purview within the city. Again, I like when people get along and do those things, but it doesn't change the fact that we have to navigate these applications, these requests within the parameters of the law. Now, again, like I said, I can't tell you how to vote. I can only tell you when something is legally defensible or not. And even then, I can.
And before you go sit down, because we don't know what's going to go in it. We don't know we don't even know what their proposals are. I mean, that's the whole idea, right? I mean, I know that. I know we're asking for a blank slate, right? But once we give them that blank slate, right? The only thing we have was what it's already zoned for, right? But again, with no input whatsoever from the community that already exists. Is that correct?
There was input when we did the zone change.
That's the only
And
time
I'm
we
sorry,
can take.
sorry these folks may not have been there, but
We
Yeah.
have
public
legal
hearings.
guidelines.
That's on us. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's on us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
It was a public hearing.
That,
Reapproach.
well, we've already closed.
We've already closed the
Yeah,
public
We've
hearing.
closed the public
Sorry.
hearing. Again, I'm happy to visit with anybody after the meeting.
Hang out afterward.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate your.
Alan, say it one more time. Why don't you come up and say it?
Just for your information, when we go through the publication for this, a couple of things has to happen. It has to be in the newspaper 15 days prior to that meeting, which means we put it in a week before that so it hits those timelines. On top of that, we have to mail to everybody within 350 feet of the boundary of this property a notice to every landowner within that range saying, here's what we're doing, here's what's going to happen, here's your opportunity to come speak for, neutral, or against this application. So I know some of those get lost in the mail, some of them go to different people, and sometimes people rent. Now this one I anticipate less of them rent, but it goes to the landowner, not the renter in those situations. So as Spencer said, it's not a perfect system, but we go beyond, because we're only supposed to do 300 feet. We go 350 just to make sure that we're getting everybody close. And we have to post on site that there's going to be a public hearing for that time frame.
And just quickly, we keep a clean record with public hearing. If this goes on too long, find me tomorrow, find me anytime. I have an open door policy. I'm happy to visit with you folks about the nuances of, again, some of land use. I'll go on record in saying that I think some of the legislation in Idaho is archaic, I'd even say. It seems arbitrary, it's counterintuitive, it's complicated. And the risk that we run sometimes is when we move through these things quickly is it seems that the elected officials are disinterested, they don't care. They have me being a pain in this rear end, putting the blinders on of, hey, this is what we're going to focus on now, and that's, again, within the purview of my job. But again, I'm so happy to discuss, whether it's email, in person, whatever it is, any questions that you have about some of the legal process, which again, can be nuanced and is more than anything else, it's just boring, but I'm happy to talk about the whole
By the
thing.
way, if you don't know, this is our city attorney, and Mr. Rammel, and that's why we can ask the questions, right? Because he's here legally, instructing us, guiding us, directing us, correcting us when necessary. So I appreciate it. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Yes.
I was just gonna make a motion if we're ready for that.
Absolutely.
About what's right in front of us.
If we feel like we've discussed this.
With those circumstances changed, I feel like that plat is inoperable now, so I would make a motion that we vacate portion of Sky Meadows plat, approximately 1228 Stone Drive, designate that as ordinance 1348.
Okay, we have a motion to vacate the property. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second?
Correction, this needs to be listed as first read.
Oh.
Because you'll have 2 more readings.
Okay,
Oh.
consider first read.
Okay.
I thought
Okay.
that was implied, but yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Second that again?
I think we're good. We amended the
Yeah,
motion.
It says first read
to
right here.
include first read.
That's what I assumed
And
we
I
were doing.
And
second
she
that.
seconded the amendment.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, on
Opposed.
me.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that motion passes, and that will be designated as ordinance number 1348, first read. Okay. Okay. Thank you, and thank you for your input. Really, we appreciate that. Okay. Now we have on the agenda time for public comment. Items not on the agenda. If you could limit your comments to 3 minutes. And if you would just state your name and address as you come to the dais.
Sure, I'm gonna try not to make this fall off again.
Okay,
So
thank you.
sorry It's gonna fall off. Sorry. So Christine Benyon again, that's why I actually came tonight, was for this portion. I live 295 Shoshone Avenue, and I just was out of curiosity, wondering, about 4 or 5 years ago, I approached the board asking about parking, and university, that I was on the Rex committee, and they're like, hey, we're trying to make the area down by the university really walkable. We don't want students to bring their cars. In the last 5 to 7 years, that has not been a reality. The reality is that thousands of more students have brought their cars to the university district and area. Doesn't matter how many. I see we have two more apartment complexes going up in the very same area. Again, late to the party, because I realize, right, it really has to happen at planning and zoning. When they redistrict things or rezone them, that's where they really get you. And I'm just wondering, the planning and zoning, have they considered making sure that there is sufficient parking? Like the Ivy does not have sufficient parking, right, on the corner. Several of the new apartment complexes, not sufficient parking for the students. I think they allow for 1 or 2 cars per apartment complex, which has got like 8 students, as many as 8 students, not always 8 students. That's 8 individual cars. We're 6 cars short. The city, I'm most concerned about winter parking, right? I love that they moved back the parking tickets to the December 15th, because it didn't make sense to start on December 1st when there were still students that were in classes and doing that. I'm just wondering, what plans does the city have? Tangible plans showing that they're actually doing something, because during the winter, gone to the city, I've asked, 832 spots are taken away, and the university, they just kind of go, you deal with it. The university has hit capacity. This last winter, there was not a parking spot on campus, right? And we were kicked to the parking lot below the temple. That's where, because they had switched all of their parking to long-term parking, because all of the stuff on the streets had now been completely taken up by, plowing for snow removal. So I'm curious what the city is doing, if they have a plan, and what is the hope to actually address, not just keep talking about how they're going to make it a nice walking area, but the reality of students coming with hundreds and thousands of extra cars. Because, it puts a huge strain on the police department. They have to go direct traffic for hours on the day the students are coming into town, right? Like, we've been here for 26 years. I've seen it over and over and over again, especially in the last decade. It's kind of a nightmare. So I'm just wondering, I'm curious, what plans are in the works for addressing parking specifically? And is the planning and zoning, maybe I'll go to a planning and zoning meeting or talk to the planning and zoning people, what are the requirements for code in terms of parking requirements, space for students?
Yeah. Well, thank you. And I think those that can respond best to your questions are
falling off. I'm so sorry.
Alan Parkinson.
Keith, do you know, you got any info on that, Keith?
He's got plenty of info, but
okay.
because it was a public input.
It's just a public input, so it's not like a back and forth comment.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
But more than happy to have you come in and chat with us.
Right.
It's not something that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to address them here in this meeting, but
you're fine.
they're more than their doors are open.
I know, it just says that this is also for items that could be
exactly.
on the future,
Oh, absolutely,
right?
and we appreciate the
that's all I'm
input.
hoping.
Absolutely, and
There are weekly conversations that are taking place between multiple departments with the university. It's at the forefront of every piece of development that is being proposed, considered within the downtown areas. And again, Keith has got pages and pages of things that he can share with you, and Alan, and again, Matt. He's actually, one of his passions is parking. So.
it is a huge problem. I think we all understand that, and I think we're doing everything we can to. If there are some ideas that you have, these folks are the people that can put them into practice. So, let us know. But we appreciate the input. We will discuss it in the future.
Can I say one thing? Because I think it's always good to. I'm glad you came, and you did come to the right place. I think that's important to let you know, because planning and zoning is a recommending body, so they recommend to us. So you did come to the right place to express your concerns.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Okay. Any others who would like to comment on items not on the agenda tonight? Okay, seeing none, we will move to item 7, committee reports. Let's begin with Councilperson Johnson? I don't know what it is. Council member. Okay. Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, so I don't have a lot to report. We have John here tonight with us from Parks and Rec. He let me know that the Teton Dam races were a success that we just recently had. We hit a new record, right, of participation, over 1,300 participants. So that's awesome. And Rexburg Rapids is up and running, doing great. So I think we're in a good spot.
Great. Thank you.
I wasn't here for the grant meeting, but I did talk with Mary, and she said, who is our grant coordinator, and she is working on a lot of grants to help us with our streets and parks and different things. And we're excited to hopefully be able to start announcing some of those and receiving more money that way. The Mayor's Youth Association is not meeting because it's the summer, but we will be picking that up. The ADA Oversight Board, I did go to the special needs picnic today and hopefully talked with some folks that might be interested in joining that so we can move forward.
Great.
So, and then the Historical Preservation Committee, they did meet and they did choose winners for the America 250 t-shirt and coloring contest, and those will be announced, I think, on Friday. So, and that's all I have to report.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Riggins.
I just want to, first of all, applaud. I think it's under the cultural arts, right, that the Flood 50 was under. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, I was out of town the entire week, so I didn't get to participate in any aspect of it. But everything I've heard was tremendous, as it worked out. And so, big hand to them. Met with Urban Renewal today. There's just a lot of stuff happening with a new district being developed on the west side of the freeway, with a downtown district. The school now belongs to us. The high school, junior high school, whatever we call it, right across from Brolam's. It is now. It now belongs to Urban Renewal, and they're removing the asbestos as we speak. Today, they didn't know how much asbestos was going to be in the actual roof itself, and so they gave us a report on that. And yeah, just a lot of progress, lot of stuff going on. I don't know if you noticed, but the Home Depot started grading their area, so you got all of that coming in.
Great.
Bill, I have a question really fast about Urban Renewal. Will City Council be able to see the plans that were? How does that work? Like, do we get to have any say over what happens in that area, or is
For
that
which
just
property?
the downtown area?
Yeah.
Does that come to City Council? Is that all decided by Urban Renewal?
Well, some of the.
I'm just not sure how it works.
Yeah,
Sorry.
some of the development. Yeah, all nowadays, according to law, I think, and City Council gets to hear what's up, gets to see the plans. There is nothing like the downtown area, right where the Beehive Bank is. That whole property around there. That belongs to Urban Renewal, right. Property across the street. And so there's some plans coming up on that. Big discussion on that today. But yes, you'll get to see what's going on there.
We'll get to weigh in on different things.
It'll come up.
Okay.
I may take the advice that you guys gave earlier, which is probably hear it once a month instead of once it's already planned, right?
It'd be nice.
Yeah.
Great.
We'd love that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you tell us, give us any kind of time frame on that, on the new urban rural district? Where they're at in that?
Hoping by the end of the year. End of the year. It's a long process. There's a lot has to be done, but sorry. We're hoping by the end of the year it'll be ready to go.
Does that come
to us?
That hasn't been approved yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
No.
They're
It's going through the legal processes right now.
I was just making sure we were clear. That has to be approved by council.
Yeah, no, it's got to be.
Yeah, so they're doing so we're in the feasibility stage
Yeah.
still.
Okay.
And then there'll be a process that will come back to you, not only you guys, but also the county commissioners, because there's county outside city limit property as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Erickson, are you with us? Do you have any reports?
Yes, I don't have any reports. Both of the golf board and this airport board canceled their meetings, but I did want to just address Councilman Riggins on this downtown on urban renewal. I do, Alicia and myself, and I don't know if Eric was in that meeting over at Boise AIC. There's some key factors on revitalization of downtown on things that need to be looked at as we develop that. And I think that's a key factor we need to make sure we are addressing as we go forth with urban renewal.
Okay, and that resource would be through AIC?
It was like redesigning Main Street or something like that. So yeah, it will be available through their trainings.
Okay, so for your information.
No, fine.
Okay.
Sorry, Colin.
Okay, thank you. And for my part, MEPI has not met, and so have nothing to report.
May I just say, even though I'm not, just to remember, Legacy Flight Museum has the breakfast and the flyovers this weekend. So, just
I'll get to that on my.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to.
We have one more. Sorry,
one more report, please.
It's not on here. The LID committee.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're going to be coming soon.
Mid-July, right? Is that
Mid-July.
No, I think we're looking at August.
August.
On that one.
Okay, we're going to be coming to August with
Sure,
some
mid-July.
plans, some options. So for that. So.
Okay, well, we'll be interested to hear those. That'll be great.
Don't
Okay.
get too interested.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. No other reports. Staff reports. Matt. Finances.
I'll just go through the treasury one tonight since it has the cash and investments on the right side.
Sorry, Matt. Can you turn your mic on? I'm having a hard time.
Off again? There we go.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
Got it back on. So, you guys would have the separate cash and investments report. Just a couple things there where, that 46 million does represent that we did just get our quarterly payments in for the streets, so that the fuel tax, and then also for the sales tax. And so this is kind of a bump, if you will, and then we'll spend that down until we get payments on those again. And then just so you guys are aware, we're kind of still in the same environment for reinvesting. Most of our reinvestments are kind of in that high 3% range, and we are probably doing a little more in the kind of that 12-month range, because you're almost getting a better rate in that range than trying to go out 2-3 years. And so we're just watching the market. It's just been a really slow, odd moving market. And so, but the good news is that you're probably still averaging close to a 4% return on those reserves until we need those. And then as Scott and I look at that, we've had to look a lot closer to when those mature, because of all these capital improvements that are coming up this year and next year. And so, but we have about 7.6 million kind of in that liquid cash. And so we feel like we're in a good spot, and we're just trying to maximize that return as much as we can until that money is needed. And then as far as the treasurer's report, so this report is representative of through May, which is about 67% of the year. As I looked through there, a few council members pointed out, there's a few with some pretty high percentages. The biggest one, of course, is the park construction fund, and that's simply because we just need to come back and do a budget adjustment for the pickleball improvements that are happening at Smith Park there. And I am planning to bring you a series of budget adjustments probably in the next, I think it's in 2 meetings from now. And so as you look at this report, everything in yellow is going to have quite a few budget adjustments, because those are the the fire and ambulance ones that are coming basically off our books as we've made that transition. And so overall, you know, we're sitting at about 34% spent. And so we didn't feel like we felt like it was a good report. And then I will say, Scott, you know, I kind of pushed him to really put a lot of effort in just getting everything caught up as far as balancing the you know, doing the monthly reconciliations and the deposit and everything. And he did a great job. He actually stayed, I think, till like 10 or 11 o'clock on Monday night and got it done. And so this is a really good report that represents where we sit. So.
Okay. Thank you.
You tell Scott thank you for us for doing that.
I can do that.
Okay, Public Works, Keith.
Thank you, Council President Erickson. So we'll start off with the action item, and then I can give you an update on Main Street.
I'll come back
and kind of the timeline to make sure everybody knows on that. So the first item that we have, well, we've got 2 items to surplus from the police department. One is a desk that they would like to surplus, and then the second item is a garage structure that they've had out at the shooting range.
It's halfway taken down. It has garage doors and.
So what are we surplusing? The wood or the?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
What are they surplusing?
What are we surplusing from it?
The structure.
The whole structure? Yeah. So if somebody wants the whole structure, or?
Yeah,
Okay.
it has looks like it has concrete floor, so they're taking down the walls and the garage doors and stuff, so.
Okay.
This is what they're
Okay.
actually surplusing, this little building.
Okay. Any discussion?
No. Do you want me to
Like to make a motion?
Sure.
If you would.
I make a motion to approve the surplus sale of the desk from the police department and the garage structure from the police shooting range.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Tejan. All in favor?
Aye.
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 No opposed. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So just a quick update.
Oh, yes.
On the construction. So ITD construction, they have Sunrock doing the construction on Main Street. So right now, this week, I think the 15th to the 18th, they're going to be replacing curb and gutter along Main Street sections of it. And then next week is when they're going to come in and start the mill and fill portion of it. They're going to start from 2nd East, and they'll mill as far as they can in a day, and then they have to pave that section back. And then they're going to jump over to the next section next to that, and then mill that section. So it's going to kind of go, they'll mill here, fill, jump over, mill, fill, and then kind of work their way down Main Street. Because originally, the original thought was they would just mill down one side and come back around and come down the other way. But now they're going to jump back and forth and make their way out. And they're working from 7 o'clock at night. Now, the curb and gutter they're doing during the daytime, but when they start the mill and fill process, they'll be going from 7 o'clock at night till 7 a.m. in the morning.
Is that really loud for the people who live in apartments?
Yeah, there'll be noise with that when they're milling out that asphalt, because they come in and pulverize and grind it up.
It just
through
can't
there.
be, that just can't be helped.
Yeah.
So no lane closures for that part then?
When they're doing the mill, yeah, there'll be some sections where they gotta move traffic around.
And what about the gutter part? Will there be lane closures when they're doing the gutter?
Yeah.
It's been
Yeah,
done.
so they've been doing that right now. So they've just been moving traffic into the middle.
That's what it, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
So they're able to do, you say, about 2 blocks a night?
Well, I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see what they can do. That was my guesstimation. We'll see. They're hoping that they can go all the way down next week.
Like all the way down to like.
So they're going all the way out to the interchanges, and then I think they were going to jump over and do a little further on the opposite side.
So they hope to
of
be
that.
all the way to interchanges by next week. Okay.
That's their hope. Now, with any construction project,
Right.
just know that
Right.
there are things that
It's a
come
guesstimation.
up equipment breakdowns and things like that, but that's the plan, is to go that direction. Now, if you see that it hasn't been paved back in the morning, you probably know that, okay, did the hot plant break down? Did trucks break down? Did the paver break down? You know, there could be numerous things that could come up on that, but at least that's the plan. And then we're also, our contractor is starting, or they've been working there on 7th South by Burton Elementary School, pulling the asphalt off of that and getting that reconstructed. So.
And do you have a timeline on that?
As far as when they're going to be completed on that?
Yeah.
I think that section they were looking at, if I remember right, 30 days, somewhere around there.
Okay.
So, okay.
Great. Okay, thank you. Keith,
You're welcome.
appreciate that. Is Spencer, you still with us? Sorry, if you'd like to take a few minutes on the e-bike.
Yeah, not too long. Okay, so I sent out essentially that memo last week, and then made a couple small edits, just a couple clarifications on it, and then that's the newer one that Deb put into the new packet. Ultimately, though, I'll just kind of cut to the crux of the issue, is that a number of individuals, a number of constituents, law enforcement, others have made the city aware of what they view as a problem that is only escalating. And again, rather than go through this entire kind of memo, I've kind of pared it down to what I think is kind of a practical approach moving forward, and then looking for some input from City Council on which direction you would want to go. And again, I've spoken with some of you since I've sent that out, and kind of have some of the kind of the general idea or tone of what you're thinking, what direction you would like to go. But again, I think it's pretty apparent that something needs to be done before we have some situations that could turn tragic. So number one, and again, I've kind of pared this down as a practical approach moving forward to three things. So number one is getting everybody kind of on the same page, where there's so much confusion in terminology with what is actually an e-bike, what is actually an electric dirt bike. It's very easy, when I started to look into this situation, it's very easy to see why parents are confused, riders can be confused, because they are marketed and sold as certain things, and then the legal distinction or legal definition is very different. So first and foremost, as I've talked with law enforcement, as I've talked with some concerned constituents, some people who live in local subdivisions, again, the majority of the issues that are being brought to me and to law enforcement aren't actually e-bikes. I think they're being referred to as e-bikes, but again, under state law, to be an e-bike, it has to have working pedals. And so the majority of the issues that are taking place, sometimes with juveniles, sometimes with not, they are riding electric dirt bikes that do not fit any classification of an e-bike on sidewalks, moving off of public roads onto sidewalks, running through common areas of subdivisions, common areas of city property. And again, from the strictest legal definition, they are not e-bikes. They are in fact likely motor vehicles or motorcycles. And so when you have a 13 or 14-year-old operating a motorcycle that his parents, I'm sorry?
I said or 9. I've seen
or
them.
a 9-year-old,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Operating them at a high rate of speed, where the legal way for them to be operating that device would be to have a valid driver's license, have it licensed, insured, and have a motorcycle endorsement. And so and truly the amount of, as I've kind of gone throughout the city and watched kids that can be as young as 9, 13, 14, high school kids, junior high kids, that's the majority of what I'm seeing, is they are not e-bikes. They are electric dirt bikes, which previously, it used to be $5,000-6,000 that one would need to get into a bike like that. Now, kind of a shifting. I mean, the market, there's always a knockoff you can buy. They're getting into some of these bikes that can go extremely fast for anywhere between $1,000-1,400. And bikes that have $13.99 that can go 50, 60 miles an hour. As I've been speaking with law enforcement, we had an individual, a college student, get hit going down the sidewalk on one. Again, the individual who was backing out, without getting into specifics of who or where it occurred, or who it occurred with or where it occurred. Again, they looked behind them and they saw that there was nobody there. But then when somebody is moving 40, 50 miles an hour, they can suddenly appear. So that led to injury there. We're fortunate it wasn't worse. And then there was actually last week, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, there was essentially individuals who led police on a little bit of a chase and ended up with the bikes, with law enforcement seizing the bikes and impounding them, and charges incoming there. So that's the biggest concern that I'm seeing. Number one is the terminology, is getting on the same page of what is actually allowed on sidewalks, what is actually allowed if you are doing it properly on our city roads. Number two would be then kind of an outreach or education, where it's once law enforcement and city council, once they're on the same page, then kind of disseminate information so people aren't blindsided when their kids are cited for driving a motor vehicle without a driver's license. Because ultimately, in talking with law enforcement, I think they could sit out all day, every day, and could write those all day. And technically they could. If you are driving one of those bikes without a motorcycle endorsement, without a driver's license, it is unlawful. It is in the unlawful operation of a motor vehicle on public roadways. And so, and then third is, after we kind of do that outreach, is to enforce the laws that are already on the books. Now, there's kind of a segmented view to that, where number one, I do think Idaho does have adequate laws to address this properly. It's having those being enforced. And then number two, as to specific e-bike ordinances or legislation that this body would consider taking, you can do that. You can, and other cities have done that. I kind of outlined Coeur d'Alene and some other jurisdictions that have taken those approaches. From what I'm hearing, though, that isn't really the crux of our issue. It's not. I think it could develop into more of an issue. I could see that maybe even when law enforcement cracks down on these electric dirt bikes, then the true definition of e-bike becoming more of an issue, in which you could have designated areas, age requirements. As you go through the state statute, it shows that there are 3 separate classifications of e-bikes. But again, the biggest thing is we're not even getting there. Is a kid saying, I mean, in talking with the schools, the junior high had multiple individuals, they said, that were driving from one end, and junior high is it 7th, 8th, and 9th now?
Yes.
Driving from one end of town all the way, essentially high school area, all the way to the old high school. I don't even know which direction I am. Here we go. Yeah, my office. I'm not in my office right now. There we go. It's been a long week so far, and they and concerns with that. And so, again, that's the approach I would like to take, is working with law enforcement to get on the same page. kind of disseminating using our Sarah, who works for the city in PR, and working with Sam Jekyll, who's in charge of law enforcement's social media outreach, and having consistency there, and having some putting out essentially some information there. And then number 3, kind of give Chief Rhodes and members of patrol voice support that that they'll need to enforce these laws, because when you crack down on some of these things, there are going to be people who are frustrated with us, and that's the reality of it. Again, I've just paid very close attention to this in Boise, Salt Lake, California. I would rather have parents frustrated with us than having officers deliver terrible news, which is all you have to do is just Google accident and e-bike, and you'll see a 13 or 14-year-old who's either been hit and killed or hit and killed somebody, and it's happening in jurisdictions very, very close to us. And so I do think we do need to get on this sooner rather than later. And I would defer to any questions you have, comments, concerns.
Yeah, Spencer, thank you. I see this as you mentioned, more an enforcement issue than a legislative issue. You know, we could try and put an ordinance together, but I think the ordinance would target legitimate e-bikes, which I don't think we're having a problem with. At least I haven't seen the problem with a pedal-operated e-bike. So I think it's an enforcement issue. I think and a public relations issue that we need to really jump on. I think once the police impound a couple of bikes, word's going to get out really fast. These kids know each other, and it will get out very fast that they better, be careful. So anyway, that's my thought. Any thoughts? Yes.
Spencer, you said it's not legal to ride the non-pedal things on the sidewalk, right?
It is
the
not.
motorbikes. And then is it legal for the true e-bikes to be ridden on the sidewalk?
If it has, and so even in that table, if you look at that, so they are with 3 subcategories. And so that's why some local jurisdictions, Boise, Idaho Falls, Coeur d'Alene, they have put, because there's no state ordinance that says a child at this age cannot ride this e-bike. And so some of those jurisdictions have put place helmet requirements for e-bikes, specific designated areas, time and location type things. But again, those are, if they, and I don't know enough. Keith is our resident. He's one of Matt's passions is parking. One of Keith is e-bikes, I guess. Okay, so there's these 3 classes, and so pedal assist only, no throttle, and max assist speed 20 miles an hour, and that's a no state age minimum. And so any child, any 9-year-old legally could operate that if it meets those.
If it's under 20 miles an hour. Yeah, because I agree with you. I mean, I even, like our family, one of my kids almost got hit when he was on a sidewalk just last week by someone on one of those motorbikes on the sidewalk. But I've been reading, and this doesn't necessarily fit our community. I haven't seen it here, but I have seen like children who have hit people on sidewalks with the e-bikes too, because if they're going, some of those e-bikes go 50 miles an hour.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, and so that concerns me too if that became a problem, because you could kill somebody on a sidewalk with one of those too.
Within any of those designations, again, I think the class 3, what is the maximum speed? Is it still 28 miles an hour?
So generally, 20 is looking at the top end. Now, there's ways to get around that, obviously, with different bikes and things like that, but 20 is kind of the limit that they allow for that, if you will,
e-bike and the classification on
Well,
that.
the class 3 can go up to 28 miles an hour, but then there is a state requirement, a state age requirement with that. And so that's on the higher end of that. But your run-of-the-mill e-bikes, again, pedal-assisted e-bike, and I think that's just by the nature of what it is, of the device. Because if you're going faster than around 20 miles an hour, like those things aren't gonna, you can only pedal so much with some of those things. And so,
But
please.
But one thing about it, even on a bike on a sidewalk, you can legally ride there, but you still have to yield the right of way to pedestrians. The pedestrians all have the right of way on the sidewalk over bikes or anything else. They have the right of way on that sidewalk.
Always have.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it too, what you've presented, I'm in favor of that.
So, at this point, this is an action item, so it's just kind of informational for us. If it becomes.
Yeah, what I'd like to do is, I'd like to kind of meet again with Chief Rhodes. Again, I think he's just getting back into town. I sent him this at the same time. We haven't specifically talked about it. I did speak with Assistant Police Chief again on Monday, and he let me know some of the, again, of them impounding the bikes of the kids that were running a couple weeks back, or last week, I believe. And we had a good discussion about that. And so the idea, and then again with Sean Scott. So the idea is to gather all of patrol. We'll first kind of take this to upper management and law enforcement, make sure that we kind of have a consistent thought process that follows what City Council would like us to do, and then meet with patrol, get everybody squared away there, then kind of give I'm not going to call it a grace period, because again, I think it's anytime you do that, I mean, you're just asking for disaster, I would say. But kind of simultaneously push out some public information to make people aware that, hey, you might be getting some calls pretty soon.
So,
and then number 3 is, and so then after that, circle back with City Council after a designated period of time. I think after the summer months, when we're getting back into school. And excuse me too, when I'm talking about that kind of the outreach is working with both the high school, junior high. Those are the main individuals I want to work with. I haven't spoken yet with BYU Idaho, but again, I think there's value in that as well, and kind of just getting everybody on the same page, and then circling back with City Council after the summer when school gets back in, and try to gauge kind of the progress we're seeing, what issues are coming up, and if we need to do anything further.
So when somebody gets pulled over who is on an e-motorbike and they're not in compliance, do they automatically get a ticket, or do they get a warning? Like, is there a warning and then a ticket? Like what? I'm just feeling for like maybe like a 12-year-old who gets pulled over. And,
sure.
And
yeah, I would say chains on the legs and handcuffs.
Right, right. That'd be example enough. Just getting pulled over is probably going to scare him enough. But so I'm just wondering about how that process would look.
Okay, so interestingly enough, that would fall under. We have juvenile crimes involving or tied to automobiles, motorcycles, things like that, roadways. That doesn't fall under juvenile, so they would be cited under the same statute that you would cite an adult under.
Okay.
And so then there is law enforcement discretion, and so essentially it's a pretty straightforward statute where it's operating a motor vehicle without a license or illegally on the roadways. There's a number of subsections there. And again, they would have grounds to impound the bike, make parents come and get it, cite them, have them pay a fine, and then there's escalators within that as well.
Okay.
That being said, that's the biggest reason that I think I want to meet with law enforcement, is to kind of create some consistency there. Again, I think that there's aggravators there.
Right.
I can see why law enforcement last week seized those bikes when they run.
Yeah. Right,
I think
right.
now that goes from a simple ticket into eluding,
right,
which is misdemeanor and felony behavior sometimes if they're putting other people at risk. And so I can see why they did it there. But again, that's when we defer, I think, to Chief Rhodes and to our law enforcement and the discretion they have. And again, all of my interactions with Chief Rhodes and his leadership has been positive, and I think that they wisely use their discretion as they
And
cite people.
I'm in support of this, of following the state regulations and cracking down on it, and I support that as well. I just wondered how that would work.
Yeah, and I think that's a conversation that we can have with Chief, and I think you can have with the Chief as well, and some back and forth there of what we think is appropriate. And so, again, there's that line between we want change behavior, but then to have to the same end, if somebody for the last month has been running around and hasn't had any issues, and then doesn't know any better, and then all of a sudden, he's calling mom and dad, and he's in the slammer.
I really liked, hopefully you can hear me, but I really liked what Nampa did on this. They came out with a twofold approach. One is education process. One is the flyers to get out to schools, the community. They hand them out at public events and really trying to educate the public. And two, the enforcement part of it, saying we got to do something about it. We're going to have kids or children being killed on them. So I think we should do that. I think we should reach out, educate, even reach out to Nampa. They had a really nice flyer. I wish I could have got a copy of it, but that they hand out to the public, trying to educate them, saying this is different than an e-pedal bike.
And it's a valid driver's license, not a permit, right?
No, so those truly an e-dirt bike like that, you would be hard pressed to not have to have a motorcycle endorsement unless you would go through the designated OVH. Say it for me, Keith. The off-road
vehicle plate you're talking about?
Yeah, there's.
They're not even set up for street. They don't have lights.
Yeah. So there's, and again,
they don't have. I mean, truly, they're actual dirt bikes. That's what they're supposed to be used for.
Yeah, and I think anybody, because there's cultural norms that we are accustomed to, and so none of us would have the thought, because a lot of us have four-wheelers to push snow and whatever else. None of us are going to rip down a public sidewalk in a four-wheeler or a three-wheeler going 40 or 50 miles an hour, because it's just not really like socially or culturally acceptable, and everybody inherently knows it's dangerous. It's kind of the equivalent of that.
Okay.
It very much is. And so, but because they can call it an e-bike, because it's advertised as an e-bike, because parents think that they're buying their kids an e-bike, it doesn't take long to drive down any street in this city and see 2 or 3 kids on them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well,
you can get in a lot of trouble.
Thank you, Spencer. I think we're all in agreement. We need to work on enforcement. We need to work on education.
Okay. So
if it comes to the point, and visiting with Chief Rhodes, I would not oppose looking at an ordinance to regulate the sidewalk use of even e-bikes.
Okay.
At some point, if we feel like that's a needed thing.
I think even this conversation was a good first step. I'll meet with law enforcement, and then again, I'll circle back in the fall, put it on the agenda again, and have at least one member of law enforcement here willing to kind of report and give future or additional recommendations if needed.
Yeah,
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
I think we really do need to push out through the school, like maybe starting now, like through, and just have them being pushing it out, because it's mostly the junior high. And
well, I think even if you could get into it when kids are registering.
Right.
So
like
then
like
parents
the
are made
bus
aware.
aware.
or whatever, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. The ninth item on our agenda tonight, the mayor's report business. Just a brief reminder, as Councilman Riggins mentioned, the Flight Museum breakfast on Saturday morning. They could use help if anyone's available. Would like to come down there and toss a few hash browns or sausage patties. I will not be able to be there. I've got a commitment for Saturday morning, but if anyone would like to be there,
I'll try.
they start at 7:30. Would like any volunteers to be there at 7:30. The breakfast begins at 8.
Is there a place that we're supposed to park, or?
Just in the parking lot there at the museum,
All right.
and then it's held through the museum on the back side of the.
Okay.
On the
And is it a flying? Are they flying?
it's not. Yeah.
So they are flying the planes. I've had a lot of questions. I'm like, okay. So it's just like it has been the past couple of years. Okay.
Yeah, it's not an air show, but it is a fly-in. Okay, item number 10, planning and zoning recommendation to approve, oops, excuse me. Oh, that's right, the police bond, facility bond election results. Deborah.
Just, we need to ratify these, we don't normally do this, just because we never have anything in this election normally, so, we're just ratifying the, election results from the May 19th election for the police bond.
Okay. Well, it's too bad it didn't pass, but it didn't, so we need to ratify the votes anyway. I'd entertain a motion to ratify the election.
I move that we ratify the election results for the police facility bond on May 19th, 2026.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Is there a second? I'll second. Second by Councilmember Riggins. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is that an aye, Colin?
I bet.
Okay.
Yes, it was. Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, item number 10, planning and zoning recommendation to approve Sky Meadows plat amendment. Alan, if you'd like to. Yeah. This is different, though, isn't it?
As you're walking up there, either the name of the project is wrong or the address is wrong, one of the two.
The address was of the company, and so it's not the address of the property.
Oh, okay,
But it
okay.
also calls out where the property is located.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Council President, council members. This is the plat of Sky Meadows, and this is the existing part that is already built out. Oh, we disappeared. Okay, she's zooming in on it. Can you scroll the other direction? Okay. What has happened is, if you look in the very back part of these 7 lots, there was a piece of property that was up on the hillside that had no road access, no potential for road access, nothing in there. They're going, we don't have a need for it. We want to get rid of it. We're willing to give that to the homeowners in front of it. And so the plat is to amend it to show those boundaries being taken all the way back up to the property line on the back of that subdivision. So that's what's be presented in front of you today is amending the plat to show this.
That's all hillside, isn't it?
Receive that property.
They will receive it. Yep.
And that's all hillside, isn't it?
It's all hillside. It would be difficult to build on.
Yeah.
It's that steep.
Okay.
Never say impossible.
Okay,
Somebody will find a way.
thank you. So planning and zoning has recommended that we approve this. Is there any discussion? Any concerns? Pretty straightforward. I would entertain a motion to approve this plat amendment.
Sorry, I make a motion that we approve the planning and zoning recommendation to approve the added area to 7 lots with the existing plat
Okay.
at the Sky Meadows, right?
Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I can second it.
Okay.
He can have it.
Seconded by Councilmember Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, comprehensive plan map amendment from commercial to high residential. From commercial to high residential. At 509, 539, South 5th West. Sorry.
4 hours is a long time.
Okay, on this motion, what we're looking at, here's the 2 lots on our partial viewer. This is called Sinclair's. This is Woody Smith Ford. We're looking at this one right here and this one right here. They are right now comp planned commercial. They're the only one on that block that are. The zoning on these 2 lots currently is HDR1. The applicant has requested to go to HDR2. Before we can do that, we need to change this comp plan to show high residential rather than commercial. Planning and zoning went through this. We had a bunch of people in favor.
Yeah.
We had no opposition, and so P&Z has recommended it to you for approval.
Yeah, I read the and all the minutes, and just so that everybody knows on the council, everything around them is what they're wanting. So to change that commercial to what's already existing around them only makes sense.
Yeah. You still have commercial to the west and a little bit to the east, but that's across the roads. It's not contiguous to this.
Okay, great.
And just for, so that's like West Tisbury and Rexburg Plaza, right? Okay.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Any concerns? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the comprehensive plan map amendment from commercial C to high residential at approximately 509 to 539 South 5th West, designated as resolution number 2026-08.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
I can second it.
Second, Councilmember Erickson, Colin Erickson. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. That resolution passes. C, planning and zoning recommendation to approve a rezone from high-density residential 1 to high-density residential 2 at this same location.
Correct. So here's the application that they needed the comp plan changed so that they could come in and ask for this, so that they could then take this to the maximum potential of what they're doing. And I know some of the questions that came up in the meeting was, oh, is this going to be higher than the HDR one? No, your heights are identical. Basically, you're just able to increase that density, but you got to meet the parking requirements. This is outside the PED, so it's basically 1 bedroom, 1.5, 2 bedroom, 2 cars. And we do not give a reduction in this because they are not in the PED. So just so you're aware of that parking situation.
So they're not in PED?
Not in the PED, the pedestrian emphasis
Okay,
district.
thank you.
Sorry. We get used to using acronyms. I shouldn't do that. So it was brought in front of them. Same thing again. We had all in favor, no opposition, no neutral, and P&Z is recommending it to you for approval.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion?
Can I just ask a question? I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So part of it was HDR1 already, and part was commercial. Is that what you're saying?
No, the comp plan was commercial. All of this, both these lots are HDR1.
So it was grandfathered in then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, well, I would entertain a motion then to approve this rezone.
I'll do it again. I make a motion that we recommend the approval of the rezoning from high density residential 1 to high density residential 2 at approximately 509, 539 South 5th West, designated as ordinance number 1349.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Needs to be considered first read.
And considered.
Has to be considered first read.
Isn't that implied?
And considered as first read. Sorry.
Okay.
And I second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Riggins and seconded by Councilmember Tejan. Is all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And no opposed? Okay. John, an approval request for the farmer's market.
Yeah, so I guess in terms of this, I don't necessarily have an issue with them being in there. I think the biggest thing is just making sure that they don't have their big food trucks and trailers inside of our parks. We don't want any sprinkler lines damaged and cause more problems for us. Out there, we do have approved areas for food trucks to go. I don't know how many they're going to have because from what I understand, some of them will already be at the rodeo. But there are designated areas for some of those places to go. But as far as the booths themselves, I personally wouldn't have an issue with having them in the park if you guys decide to go with that.
So they'll need access more than this 4 to 8 though, right? Because they set up at 3. So are we closing down the road or what?
From my understanding, they did not have a request to close down the road.
So where do the food trucks go, on the backside?
We have designated spots along the sides of the park that kind of face in to where they could use those if they need to. Like I said, I don't know how many they plan to bring, so it really depends on how big of a crowd that they get. But if it's not too crazy, then they should be okay theoretically, but they just cannot be inside of the park with those trucks.
So we're not shutting down the road so they can unload for their pavilion, like the
Right. They have not requested that.
They have to just figure out how they're going to do all
Correct.
that. Okay.
John, my only question is, you're the chief here, so are you okay with it? I mean, you've got the staff that's going to be able to help and make sure that they're not going to destroy the grass and the sprinklers. So you're
Yeah, I can coordinate with Jamie. I mean, I work with her,
Yeah.
Pretty frequently on some of these events that go on in town, so we can have conversations, and I don't think it'll really be an issue. I think they'll be just very grateful to just have somewhere to go, since they're not able to be at the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
I guess that would just be my only concern, is them figuring out how to like park along there to get their things set up. We might need to communicate a little bit more on that with them, just so that they're not causing traffic impediments, and because Main Street's already going to be a mess. And so anyways, that's just a thought, just to keep things running smoothly.
And that's something that I can explore a little bit more with them, to kind of come up with a game plan to help so that it doesn't disrupt traffic very much. So.
And their designated areas are in the parking stalls, right?
Correct.
Some of them,
Some areas are in the parking stalls, some are on the side sections just off of the parking stalls.
We're worried about when they're like bringing in their tents.
So, and this is a one-time deal, right?
Correct.
This is not something we're
That is
agreeing
correct.
to going forward. This is one-time.
One-time deal.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Is there any discussion, any concerns about this proposal? Okay, well, it looks like we need to do this as an action item, so I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve this request for the Rexburg Farmers Market to use Porter Park for one day, June 26th, from 4 to 8 p.m.
Okay, it's been so moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's moved by Council Member Johnson and seconded by Council Member Tejan. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that's so approved. Thank you. Okay, item number 11, calendar bills. The second reading, where there are none. It's third reading, there are none. So we move to the consent calendar. Includes items of city council action, routine, not of great controversy. We need to approve the minutes from the June 3rd meeting and approve the payment of the Rexburg city bills. I would entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Councilmember Erickson has moved that we approve these the minutes and pay the bills.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Riggins. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? No. Okay. Any other items of discussion? If not, we are adjourned. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to.
Recording stopped.